what's so odd about this is I look at the narratives and I go, I either really am what they say, narcissistic and egotistical, and I'm like sniffing my own product, or everything they say about them is true for me, but they'll call me crazy while saying it's true for them. It's why I'm hollering and losing my mind on this broadcast. So I'm a regular guy on the ground doing what's necessary while the rest of you are duped out of your power and position and choice, following these tards and these psyops. Only you slaves can prevent slavery. Don't look for it the same places you keep losing it. God, you know what it's like to push this boulder up this hill and to have some kind of faith that people will wake up from their slavery and stop the insanity and the nonsense over and over again, and then have to watch them do it again? Did I say it slow enough, Firm? Did I say it enough times this week and this month and this year to finally fucking penetrate the thick ape-like skull of these slaves? Are we ever going to get there to actually do something different, to get something different and deal with the consequences and sacrifices? Yeah, we're the reason, right? Those of us over here, see the ragtag crew over here that'll get no credit. Once again, God using the least among us to do the most, while the ones saying they're doing the most are doing the least. They're doing the most when it comes to staging shit, pretending. Boy, is it great. We're having fun with that. But like actually day to day, on the ground, making change, you're not. You're not. Quite the opposite. And once again, I'm going to have to go through slavery and genocide and psyops again, like I have many times before, at the whim of you duped out, pathetic, cowardly slaves. So I'm cool with it. If I have to go through it and experience it and can see, well, then I'm going to bring it to your fucking table and mock you and humiliate you and do all the things you begged for, just like you do from your masters. I'm going to give it to you from the other side because I'm one of them, right? So I can speak on it. You know, if you don't like it, it's because you don't like yourself and having a mirror hold up to look at who and what you are.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. They turn birds right into paperwork. Stamp your spirit with a barcode. But laws written on your heart ain't signed by any court. There's a license for your living, permit just to pray. They rebranded what was given, tried to bill you for your day. Well, my breath ain't on their balance sheet, so don't fit their frame. When the maker writes the mandate, every tyrant looks the same. They tax your time, then sell it back in smaller screens and quiet apps. But freedom's first a mental map. You want out the maze, then trace the trap. I was scrolling through the circus, feeling small in every ring, till I realized I'm the lion that forgot he once was king. They condition you to kneel, then call it safety when you stay. But courage is obedience to higher voice than state. Proper instruction under this people. 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 Gorilla. I ain't fighting just the system, I'm a victim of my pride. All the jail I ever slipped in was the one behind my eyes. Envy was my warden, comfort was my cage. Had to crucify my ego just to really live this faith. They love you weak, always asking for a favor, hands out. But the blueprint in your bloodstream screams stand up, branch out. I was waiting on the leader, then the silence hit me hard. If I won't lead my own habits, how I'm speaking for my God. So I fast from all the poison that they're piping through the wires. Feed my mind on higher fire, let that scripture lift me higher. If I govern every thought, that's a kingdom in my chest. And no paper crown, no paycheck ever tells me what is best. No proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. They can seize your gold, never steal your glow. Chain your body, never cage your soul. Every statute small. Next to one true law written on us all. Proper instruction, know that there's people. people, proper instruction, know the list. Gorilla, proper instruction, know the list. People, proper instruction, know the list. Gorilla, Gorilla.
Now, see, there goes StreamYard messing with my layout. What is that about, StreamYard? We don't like that. Greetings, folks. We're back at it. It's that time, obviously. Okay, we'll try that one. There we go. They switched it on me. So we're going in. I've been going in. I've been in the booth lately, right? I know I'm going to catch some shit from some folks, some hate. I already have, right? But that's life. Understand, folks, in this life that if you try something new and different, maybe something you've always been into that you haven't really gone into beyond a certain point or haven't really shared with others, folks are going to get thrown off by that. This isn't normal Paulie boy stuff, right? Like, but for the rest of folks, right, the supportive folks, the folks who contribute here regularly, who've been here from the beginning, the folks who care, they got to care in their heart. They're lovers, not haters. I appreciate the kind and more accurate sentiments, right? Because like I said, I've been in the booth this last week or so, using this AI now. I got on the AI bandwagon. Don't crucify me yet. And give me a sound check in chat. Am I too high? Am I too low? Am I just right? Because I did change some stuff about my setup today. So yeah, I'm on the AI bandwagon. I'm catching a little bit of shit for that, but whatever. I can be whatever I want to be now, right? I'm like a Democrat or even a Republicard. I can use the internet and its tools to just do and be and create whatever I want to do and be and create. So now I could be like King Von for 5 minutes, except not shooting and killing people, doing stuff that might make this place a little bit better, right? That's the angle. The angle is the album is from hell to heaven. And the angle is we're working with some folks from some broken homes, much like myself, to right our wrongs and to bring that energy, right? That demon time, that drill energy, right? That inspiration, that empowerment to something like rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. So that's the thematic, so to speak, behind the music. Because I do like a lot of the energy and the flow and the vibe that, you know, a lot of these rappers, a lot of them are dead, I guess. But yeah, I like their music. I like the energy that they bring, but I'm not always down to promote the, you know, shooting each other and destroying ourselves and each other and the community, right? Because we don't need that, you know, and then we got to ask why we're attracted to that to begin with. What is that, right? So, yeah, I've been doing that mostly because I just wanted to kind of change up my habits and focus on something that was somewhat productive that I was enjoying. And I have been getting a lot out of that. So I'm going to play one right now. It's called Certified Gorilla. I'm only in it for, I think, a line or two, and it's not really going to sound like me because the robot auto-tunes me. But yeah, when I play these songs, you'll see there's certain parts you can kind of make out. As time goes on, I may make it more authentic to my voice. But as of right now, I'm here and there, right? I do write all of it. So I either take pieces of what's already there, and then I write the rest of it. But the majority of it, if not all of it, I write, right? There may be one or two lines here or there where I take some lines from the songs that these folks already did. So yeah, you know, it's something I've always kind of enjoyed and wanted to experiment with. Shout out to the Yurt Creature for inspiring me. It would have to be, I would think. He was one of the first or only ones who gave me a song from Suno. So I jumped on there, got the membership, and I've been exploring with that. And like, share, subscribe, restream, and all that, because they're blackballing us lately. Again, you know, they're fucking with my algorithm. They're not sending out notifications. We're not getting the views that we were getting. And of course, it's right on time because we're going to do lockdowns and pandemics and a whole bunch of slavery and genocide. And they know that, you know, during those times, that's usually when my channel's going to ramp up and get hot. People are going to want to come over, or they're going to be attracted to it. So it's almost as if, unless I'm paranoid, right? Anything's possible. Definitely possible. But it seems they're getting out ahead of it, right? But time will tell. So On this one, I think I got a line or two, and I'm auto-tuned. You can't really make me out, but I still think it's a good song. Let's go to that. Certified Gorilla. And of course, if you folks, are interested in checking out what I've been doing lately with those musical remixes, I guess we'll say, it's on the videos section.
Paul, Unslave made me do it. Paul Unslave made me do it. I'm a certified gorilla. I jumped off the porch and I verified the mission. Taking hoes for sport while people getting taken missing. Meetings after dark, doing business with no witness. I heard the popo got a collar. Goofy's on some funny shit. Why the fuck he holler? We was on some dummy shit. Yo, no hablo nada. I think he a little slow in his medulla oblongata. Talking all that shit, then cry to his partner. He ain't about shit. That little pep ain't no scholar. Keep it quiet, keep it tight. Ain't no room for panic. One wrong move and the whole thing static. I'm a certified gorilla. I jumped off the porch and I verified the mission. Taking hoes for sport while people getting taken meetings after dark, doing business with no witness. He was loud on the front end, soft when the heat came. Started ratting quick, right on the E-way. Wasn't that some shit? I can't believe what he say. Yo, no hablo nada, keep it tall like Rasta. Life's a gamble like Borgata. He the type to get locked up, then blame it on his dada. Paul Unslave made me do it, big surprise, another rata.
Keep that same tone, say it with your chest now, better bring your own. If you come for respect, better stand on that, cause the line get crossed and it don't come back.
I'm a certified gorilla. I jumped off the porch and I verified the mission. Taking hoes for sport while people getting taken meetings after dark, doing business with no witness. I'm a certified gorilla. Certified gorilla. I'm a certified gorilla.
All right, there you have it. Don't know how that happened. Never heard of PIMP. Well, it is possible. It is possible that you subscribed to me when we were doing the breaking news segment, right? I was trying to bring in some new folks, right? Some new / repeatable, predictable interaction. So you might have subscribed at that point without even knowing it. Anything is possible. So, Persian creature, where are they? I saw them down there. I'm very sort of calm today, a bit reserved, right? So that's good for you. If you are willing to interact, most of you are cowardly, so you're not going to interact, and you're projecting, and you subconsciously know that, and you don't come up here interact because you know that that's going to be revealed, right? A lot of this stuff is sub-psychology, I contend. So the Persian version writes, Dunning-Kruger, when you're too stupid to know you are stupid, call in 602-730-0122 or click the link and tell me all about that, right? Tell me all about how I'm an idiot, I'm stupid, I'm unintelligent, and you have the understanding, right? And then inform me. Again, I tell you folks all the time, if I'm the idiot here, if I'm the fool, and I'm giving a platform, no matter who's here, how many folks are here, you get the opportunity to set me and everybody else right. Okay? If you're not going to do that, then I suspect, once again, it is a sub-psychological projection. So I don't feel stupid for not locking down and taking 14 shots and voting for a master or any of this crap, right? Not only do I not feel stupid, I feel highly intelligent at this point, for whatever that's worth. I don't feel that. I really don't feel anything about it, other than maybe some disappointment, I guess. But yeah, it's like beyond feeling. The facts have shown, the experience has shown that I'm highly intelligent compared to the majority of collectivized, dumbed down, synchronized, hallucinating slaves here. Okay, and I wouldn't say proud of myself, but I'm definitely not feeling stupid or feeling fooled, right? Again, quite the opposite. I'm feeling like I had an instinct and an intuition that was right on again, and I followed that. because I attempt to practice faith over fear, and coming out of it on the other end, I'm more than pleased with my performance. Okay. So again, maybe it's my ego. Maybe I am Dunning-Kruger. Come on up, call in, let me know all about it. But until then, I'm going to have to go with, I'd much rather be me with what I can see, what I know, and what I can speak than be someone like the average public oriented slave, right? Slaves that are oriented toward whoever, whatever they think, public figures, processes, procedures, codes and policies. They think that that's their whole reality, right? And that's where all the power is. So, yeah, I mean, if you got anything for regular folks, today might be the day to present it, because as I said, they're blackballing lately. It's obvious with the numbers in the counter and the video watches, right? From what I've been posting lately, severe disparity, in likes and watches and all the rest of it. So, all right, let's get to it. Who is it that said this gentleman was a fool or an idiot or unintelligent? Well, it's someone from the chat, right? This is, I attempt to bring some audience engagement here, right? Give a platform for all to speak and present their views. Like I said, let's get into it. We'll touch on a few things here. It's been around a week since we've been around, so why not? We'll touch on some of the usual dynamics. Specifically, I think we have. Let's go blast from the past, because I did put this up there, so that means I wanted to go to it. Over 20 years ago. Now, I haven't heard this, so we're gonna watch it together. But I'm gonna gamble here. This is what I do a lot of the times here. I don't listen to the video. I just gamble based on the headline. And where my intuition brings me. So the warning signs were there 20 years ago. This is a CBS News broadcast. Let's see what CBS has to offer. My share is down. Let me reshare here. There we go.
Here's what scientists have found. Over 20 years, the percentage of seniors getting flu shots increased sharply from 15% to 65%.
Wow, so then the seniors who are dying from flu should go way down, right?
It stands to reason that flu deaths among the elderly should have taken a dramatic dip, making an X graph like this. Instead, flu deaths among the elderly continue to climb.
Whoa!
It was hard to believe, so researchers at the National Institutes of Health set out...
Hard to believe! So then researchers at the corrupt National Institute of Health, NIH, did a study, which they then suppressed and buried. But CBS got their hands on it. And here's what they found.
To do a study adjusting for all kinds of factors that could be masking the true benefits of the shots. But no matter how they crunched the numbers, they got the same disappointing result. Flu shots have not reduced deaths among the elderly.
We've looked at other countries now, and the same is true.
That study, soon to be published, finds the same poor results in Australia, France, Canada, and the UK. And other new research stokes the idea that decades of promoting flu shots in seniors and the billions spent haven't had the desired result. The current head of national immunizations confirms CDC is now looking at new strategies, but stops short of calling the present policy a failure.
There's an active dialogue into how we can do better to prevent influenza and its complications in the elderly.
So what's an older person to do? The CDC says they should still get their flu shots.
You should still get it. Whoa. The CDC says you should still get your flu shot.
Yeah. Nope. Hey, still take your fentanyl. Don't stop your fentanyl just because, even though we're looking into it.
And if you can, you should combine it with your new booster for COVID. If you can.
Yeah.
But it could make flu less severe or prevent other problems not reflected in the total numbers. But watch for CDC to likely shift in the near future more toward protecting the elderly in a roundabout way by vaccinating more children and others around them who could give them the flu.
So they're doing that. So they were saying that back in 2006. Hey, give the flu shot to people who aren't at risk from the flu, so you can protect someone who is.
What if you just block the middleman of the shot?
Yeah, how about that? So they're literally saying give a medical treatment to someone who doesn't need it, so they could maybe benefit someone who they think would, even though their own study shows.
It's worth experimenting with, though, right? Hey, it's worth the human experimentation 20 years ago. I'm wondering how, if they were doing this 20 years ago, they managed to make the same mistake again. That's a little bit hard to believe it's a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, by the way, it sounded like, because I did some research, I wasn't aware of this person, but somebody called me a couple weeks ago And I think Cameron just called in. I didn't get a notification. I checked the line before I went on, got a notification, and then of course when we're live it didn't work. So let me test it out here again. But someone called me a couple weeks ago and they said, "Do you know Kurt Metzger?" And I said, "No." They said, "Well, he's on his broadcast as the honorable judge, whatever." And I found that to be interesting, among other things. He also talks about a lot of the same things we talk about here. So maybe folks may want to reach out to him for a collaboration. Maybe I will do so. And then I can ask him if, great minds just think alike, right? Or if he watches from time to time or has watched and borrowed the idea. Anything is possible. All right, so where was I going here? You should wear a diaper so grandpa doesn't shit his pants. Right. Lou Bass. Always with some common sense. All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, what do you got for us, Cameron? I wasn't too pleased with you, and I've let the audience know that at a certain point, but we're moving forward.
All right. Well, I just wanted to let you know I love the fuck out of you, bro. And I almost died March 17th. I had a serious motorcycle accident. So I just wanted to let you know I appreciate everything that you do and everything that you stand for, bro, and continue on and that I love you. That's pretty much it.
So you do know me now today.
What? Come on, bro. I've always known you, bro. You're my nigga.
All right, well, I'll accept that. Again, this happens a lot with me, so it's nothing new. It might just be a me thing. We can leave it open for that. But I wasn't pleased with Cameron. He says he loves me today. We're moving forward then. I'm receiving his love.
Later. I'm gonna keep watching the live stream.
That's it? You don't have any comment?
I mean,
how do you like my Certified Gorilla song, which some might say is a diss to?
I haven't listened. I haven't listened yet. I did see the post. I haven't listened yet.
Well, some are saying that it's a diss to Chile de Castro. So, if that excites people,
I'm gonna tell you like this, man. A homie really does not like. I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, we're just gonna continue pushing on pro se like we constantly do, and I don't want to say nothing bad about anybody. I just want to say I hope. Well, we're changing the minds, because the first interview that I had with him, he was saying I was completely wrong, ridiculing me, and then the second one that we had, he hosted me and he said I'm right, but that people should still present their driver's license and insurance and all that just so they don't get arrested. Even though I'm right.
That's the problem, right? We're not talking shit on people. We're talking truth based on our experience that others are trying to deny and demean, right? So that's a them problem that they need to correct because they're in the wrong. And if they care about what's true and what's right and their credibility, they will correct the record. And if they don't, I'm going to suspect that they're an agent. How do you say agent in Spanish? I'm going with agente.
Agente.
Okay? There you go.
Agente.
There you go. All you got to do is add an E onto everything, and now I speak Spanish. Okay, so that's just my thing. That's just what I'm getting from it, right? When folks tell me, don't listen to, they say they go out there with their hundreds of thousands of subscribers selling fake products and go, don't listen to Paul Enslaved and others, you're going to get hurt. Just buy my products that get me 180 days in jail, right? I got a problem with that, and we all should have a problem with that, right? If we care about what's true and what's right. I mean, and again, that's the same for you. We're in the same camp in that way, right?
Right. And I will say this, bro, we're over 50 dismissals in the past year alone. And that's just not on traffic. That's literally, man, some major shit,
This is my point. I've seen you documenting them and putting it all on record, and that's great because I don't do all the extra work that I probably should. I just have people come on and go, hey, we went to court, we got a dismissal. Okay, great, bye. And they go on with their life, right? So between the two of us, we probably have a couple hundred dismissals under our belt.
Oh, yeah.
And they'll keep saying it didn't happen or it's not a win or they just didn't want to deal with you. Hey, listen, I don't give a fuck what your reason and excuse is. We're getting traction and motion and movement in the courts, and that's what we need to change this thing on the ground from the ground up, right? And if you ain't doing that, you ain't doing nothing other than complaining, right? So salute to you for that. I even said a couple weeks ago, I'm not pleased with you, but I would never attempt to try to take anything from you. And I even spoke about how you're doing the work and you're getting results, right? And that's all it's about.
Yeah.
You don't have to like me to give the credit where it's due, right? And that's for all of us. We need to keep it real with ourselves and each other, and we need to do the next right thing. If not, we're fucking ourselves and each other. It's just the way it is.
Right. Yeah, straight up. And yeah, I mean, we're staying busy, bro. I got 3 federal cases right now, so it's lawsuit season. Everybody's bringing lawsuits right now too, in Operation Wisdom. So, but I just wanted to come on and let you know, bro. I love you, bro.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. Show me, don't tell me. And I will do the same, right? And again, if nothing else, we're bonded in this cause and this movement cosmically. We're having an effect, right? So we can respect ourselves and each other with that, if nothing else. Right. So yeah, we move forward, bro.
Straight up, bro. All right, I'll talk to you soon.
All right,
I'll keep
Cameron.
watching the live stream. All right, brother.
Thank you, sir. All right, it's Cameron. Power inherent in the people. Sounds a lot like proper instruction motivates people. But yeah, as I spoke about a couple weeks ago, I wasn't kind of pleased with him because I've seen certain things that he was kind of doing with other people before and since, right? And maybe Paul is just a little sensitive about that, right? Because he's kind of a wild card. He's kind of an outcast at times, right? He's not always well received. And that may be something he's doing, right? We can accept that. So yeah, I tend to get a little bit uppity when people show me or tell me they love me, and then we're in other venues that kind of switch up a little bit, right? Because, the white gorilla, he's over there, we're over here. We don't really, he's a little, it's that whole thing, right? Maybe some mommy and daddy issues creeping into the everyday affairs and interactions, right? So yeah, you got to watch that. You got to watch that and what you say concerning me, because I may take it a certain way, right? So yeah, it's the whole Peter thing, right? It's the whole, I'm not saying that I'm Jesus, because again, Jesus is only Jesus because of the truth, life, and way. And I could say the same thing for me, Cameron, and anybody else here who has any kind of notoriety, right? Has any kind of eyes on them or any kind of value coming in. So yeah, it's the whole, don't deny me in public like Jesus or like Peter denied Jesus. We don't need to be doing that. We need to be doing the opposite. Hey, we're riding on truth, life, and way. We don't know nobody else out here, but who's doing that, right? See, we need to flip that script. As far as the true care and respect goes. So, all right, back to the list here. I'm gonna call that. Where are we on time frame of this video? Yeah, because we were doing the warning signs there 20 years ago on the CBS News, where they were covering the idea of the flu shots and how no matter how many people were getting, it wasn't slowing or stopping the flu. It was actually ramping up. By the way, we have to vet this, but we have a piece of information that apparently on page, I got to look it up. I have it somewhere here in my notes. Somewhere, if my memory serves correctly, don't quote me on this, somewhere between page 30 and 40. Which I have to look into all this, but they're telling me there's 30 to 40 pages of vaccine side effects for the COVID-19 vaccine. And on page somewhere between page 30 to 40, they list hantavirus as a potential side effect. So don't quote me on that. Do the research. A lot of you folks out there are our on the ground research team indirectly, right? Even though you don't get paid, you have an interest in this stuff, you have a care, and you want to verify and then present it back to me. So I'll do the research on that, because again, some of our on-the-ground contributors are giving me this information, telling me, Paulie boy, you're on the right track again. And it turns out they already forecasted, and I intuited this, right? If you go back years ago, I said, the shot is going to lead to an actual pandemic, and they're going to call it something else. And we're going to reverse engineer and find out that the next pandemic is actually a response or a consequence of the shots and everything else that we've seen go on. So that is, in fact, potentially what is unfolding here. Who could have felt that, seen that coming? Well, Billy Gates could, right? And we're going to get to that momentarily. Going back to last year, 6 months ago, and we can even go back 4 or 5 years ago with Billy Boy, when I used to play the videos of him smugly smirking and laughing in everyone's face, saying pandemics are far from over. They're going to be a new thing in our life. They're going to be constant, right? So he came out less than 6 months ago again and did it again. Okay, so they're already ramping up. They're already positioning themselves. If they can get it done, and as I forecast here, based on various facts and clips, the economy is staged to fail. The world wars are staged to fail. The political system is staged to fail. And it's all right on time, right? Between now, 2026 and 2029, leading into a organized Greater Depression Part 2, 100 years from the original Great Depression, right? 1929, I believe. And then moving into 2030, of course, we got Great Reset into a digitized, tokenized monetary system, which will be, I don't believe Bitcoin if I had to guess. And again, can't prove any of this. This has just been my forecasting prediction of the trends to come, right? While the Economist 4 or 5 years ago, while I was predicting all this, said the economy is going to do great. We don't seem to have any problems. It's all going to get better. And then just recently switched their whole story and said, rising inflation, it's not looking good. So again, what we do here, it's so hilarious and ironic because we're calling things 5 and 10 years out that they're not even calling when they're right up on it. Because again, the deck is stacked, the game is rigged. They're not there to report the news, just like the courts are not there to hear the facts the majority of the time, right? They're there to make a business and do revenue off of the public's dishonor and bad faith and fear-based reality, right? They're trying to turn a profit while also controlling you, and it happens to work. So, you're so stupid, dude. The irony of someone calling me stupid who doesn't know the difference between you're and you are as a conjugation, right? You're so stupid would be Y-O-U-R-E, sir. Okay, so you might want to look at that. Thank you for being here. Thanks for playing. That was a quick round. Point, Paulie boy. Okay. Let's see here. Hantavirus symptoms are exact same symptoms of heavy metal poisoning. Well, that's another idea there, right? And where would the heavy metal poisoning come from? The chemtrails that don't exist, that are a conspiracy theory. Oh, but I have an article in the list up there where they report mainstream media that they passed legislation to stop the chemtrail spraying and they're not complying on it. So the chemtrails don't exist. They're contrails. It's not happening. You're crazy if it's happening, but they're reporting it's happening now. And they're reporting that they made legislation to do it, to stop it, but they're not stopping it, right? How do you stop something that never started but doesn't exist? See the gaslighting power games with every subject, everything, including 5G, right? Remember we said for years 5G is a spyware tool. It's a weapon system. Not only is it a directed energy weapon with microwaves, but it's also a imaging mapping system. Well, we got Donnie Trump. You know what? Why am I telling you about all these things when we can just go to them? We'll start with what I just said, and then we'll go to the next one. Actually, we'll work backward. Give me Donnie. Where's Donnie? By the way, Alex Jones this last week or two turned on MAGA again. Wonder if he's going to fake cry or really cry again. I wonder how come he doesn't know or won't tell everybody that the whole political system is rigged and there's no point in voting anymore, paying for it. Because that's just where we are in the cycle, right? We know what comes next. And again, this is all spiritual. It doesn't really matter what everybody wants here and doesn't want. The only thing that matters is what you do and don't do. You know, and based on that, we're going to generate the next reality here. Where's my Donnie? Tell me I misplaced it. I got Donnie wants Korean. Donnie wants the United States people to treat him like North Korean dictators. We have that. There it is. Don with the 6G.
I was a leader on 5G getting that done. And now they're up to 6.
Let's do it again.
What does that do? Give you a little bit deeper view into somebody's skin? See how perfect it is? I like the cameras the old days. So they just had a nice feature. Now they cover every little. Let's see, Michael, you're in good shape. You're not gonna, but I tell you, it's so the 6 is coming, huh?
Right. So Don, this is why we love Don, by the way, because he just outs the conspiracy theories off the cuff in just regular conversations, right? He just goes to saying shit. What does a 6G do, right? It gets you deeper into everybody's skin. That's called an X-ray. Do you know what x-rays, how they work? Well, I don't either, but from what I heard, they're microwaves. See? And again, I'll give you an example. You ever been to like a dentist or somewhere and they go to take an x-ray of you and you go, hey, is this going to do anything bad to me? And they go, no, you're going to be perfectly fine. And then they lay a big lead blanket over you and they run out of the room like somebody just tossed a grenade in there, right? Has anyone ever experienced that? And then I'm sitting there with this thing shoved up against my brain with the lead blanket over my organs. I guess my brain doesn't matter as much. See, when you're in democracy and you're a voting, tax-paying slave, your brain isn't actually an important organ. So they put the thing right up against your mouth and your head, and then they lay the blanket over everything else, and then they run out of the room like somebody just tossed a grenade in there. And I'm not supposed to think that maybe they're lying to me about this device. If the device isn't going to do any harm to me, why are you laying a protective lead blanket over the rest of my organs that matter? Other organs matter. Absolutely ridiculous and absurd. This whole place is one big fucking joke and punchline. So yes, Donnie goes ahead and admits the 6G is a mappings weapon system that has direct energy weapons and uses microwaves to penetrate everybody's walls and skin so they can see what everybody's doing. Great, Don. You didn't need to spend all this money for that. I would have just told you I'm masturbating with a VPN to the Pornhub that I can't get a hold of anymore because you made it illegal for everybody's safety. I got around it because I'm a sovereign citizen. Went and got me a free VPN. And you can't hold me back. You will not hold me down. You will not hold me back, Don. Okay? And of course, it wasn't all just about tracking and tracing and spying. The microwave towers are the modern day ovens. Let's just call it what the fuck it is, along with the chemtrails. It's the modern day ovens for the modern day Holocaust, right? Right. But we love you. We love these people. Keep voting. All right, what was my other one that I said? I had two. I had Big Don in the weapon system. Well, you know what? We're here already. We're here. We're crew get used to it. So let's go over more Don. We can't get enough Don. Don says this week, when asked about the economy, quote, I don't think about the economy and the Americans. All I care about is Iran and a nuclear weapon. Okay, so let's get to that clip. Don now admitting he doesn't care about the economy. Oh, even though the economy was greater than ever a few weeks ago. This is all you have to do is every couple weeks, just listen to what Don says and then compare it to what he said 2-3 weeks ago or 6 months ago, a couple years ago. So it was the economy's the biggest thing ever. We're never going to stop winning. Now it's I don't even care. I don't even think about it. The biggest thing is Iranian nuclear weapons, which, as we pointed out, this has been forecast and they've been beating this drum since the 1870s, technically. Not specifically with Iran, but with a 3 world war program that was meant to bring in a new world religion and a Luciferian economic system, even more Luciferian economic system than the one we already have, right? Happens to work. So let's go to Don. Don doesn't care now. Economy doesn't matter.
I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all. That's the only thing that matters.
Did you say earlier that the only thing that matters to you when it comes to Iran is a nuclear weapon? You're not considering the financial impact of this war on Americans?
The most important thing by far, including whether our stock market, which by the way is at an all-time high, but including whether or not our stock market goes up or down a little bit, the most important thing by far is Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Oh my God, I just started seizing.
As soon as this war is over.
I don't know if you guys saw that, but I just started seizing. You know why? And this is like almost intuitive. It's almost synchronistic that I had this up there because I didn't even know that he was going to say that. Where is it now? See, I'm having a hard time keeping track of everything lately. I'm all over the place. I need someone to help me organize. I need organization. I need structure. I need a dictatorship is what I need. Kim Jong-un doesn't have this problem. Right, here it goes. Donnie was just bragging about the stock market, but we went over the idea of an everything bubble and a false boom catalyzed by printing up baseless non-currency notes and injecting them into the markets to rig the markets, right? And how do we know that? Well, I'll give you an example, just one example, right? Just one example. all it's going to take. BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street collectively own the largest stakes in majority of S&P 500 companies, controlling about 88% of the index's firms. What's that, you say? The metric you're using while ignoring everything else? The stock market is actually owned, 88% of it, by, you guessed it, BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard. What are the chances? And they'll say, Paul, you're a conspiracy theorist if you say the stock market is rigged, even though a simple Google search will reveal that the same usual suspects own everything and control everything and game everything till they decide to pull the rug out from under you. So don't believe me. Go look it up for yourself. Now, in the meantime, we have HR 8421 bill, which has been introduced. Let's go to that, because some might say that we're actually in the process of a cold, partially hot war at this point between two cosmic factions. Notice I didn't say political, two cosmic factions. Those who believe that prosperity comes from sovereignty and limited government, and those who believe that the more politicians, codes, and supposed safety we have, the more lockdowns, the more central banking scams we have, the better everybody's life is going to be. So that's the complementary duality that we're living in here and experiencing. So with that said, HR 8421, officially titled the Federal Reserve Board of Abolition Act, was introduced by Representative Thomas Massie. And no, I'm not going to do the thing that everybody's doing now where Thomas Massie is everybody's new daddy and savior. Okay. I'm also not going to conclude what I'm supposed to conclude by this, that Thomas Massie is for the abolition of the Federal Reserve System. Okay. It may just be the Board of Governors for the Federal Reserve System. But again, we will see as time goes on. We'll keep an eye on this. We're going to do some more research, but again, it came across the metaversal desk, so to speak. So yeah, the bill proposes to dismantle the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System and the Federal Reserve Banks, effectively repealing the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, which established the U.S. central banking system. Legislation was introduced 2024. So yeah, again, I'm just kind of pointing this out that there is a push internally and externally, right? And if you want to say internally on Capitol Hill to some extent, because again, this is all cosmic, right? This is all about ideas whose time has come. We'll see where that goes. And of course, Thomas Massie just may be the hero that they're giving you for the day to get you deeper into another deception. Because like I said, you want to abolish the Federal Reserve and all that, great. Might just be a little too late. Too little too late, right? Because you abolish the Federal Reserve, they may just roll you into the digitized XRP currency system, in which case they'll be totally on board with allowing you to play hero to destroy their old scam so we can make way for the new scam, right? Because that's part of con manning and scamming, is you con man and scam till you get to a certain point, you realize everybody's realizing you're con man and scamming, and then you make an excuse. You burn the old edifice and the idea, and then you transition over to the new thing to continue conning and scamming. You make everybody believe that you were actually humble with humility, right? That you were actually willing to change what you had already done. That's not what's actually going on here, right? So people are waking up. They're becoming more conscious. The clips are all now circulating, showing the heads of administrations having no idea and admitting they have no idea how money actually works, and then admitting that it's all being loaned to us by a private company that we call the Central Reserve, federal, I call it centralized banking system, but they call it the Federal Reserve System. So companies within companies lending other supposed companies non-money interest rates so that they go deeper in debt, and the deeper you're in debt to the original central banking company, the more that the bankers can dictate to the supposed nations what they're going to do and not do, right? This is why I believe it was Amschel Rothschild, supposedly, and according to the records, stood up at court when they asked him, And he said, he who controls the money makes the laws, right? So these people are not shy about it. They will tell you, because again, these aren't laws. These are statutes, policies, and codes only given the force of law to the consent of the governed. What better way to get the governed to consent but to create a system where they're all indebted to you, right? They don't really have much choice to comply, if they still want to like live and eat, right? So, okay, we got to do a little housekeeping here because I made a statement the other day, and of course I'm being somewhat flippant with this, but I'll go along to get along, right? To point out how ironically hypocritical and comedic it is. A COVID vaccine made with HIV protein was trialed but never ruled out, right? So this is some fact-checking website. What was claimed? The BBC admitted that HIV was added to the COVID-19 vaccine. That's a false claim. What's the real fact, according to this fact-checking website? That the BBC was reporting on a trial vaccine that contained an HIV protein, not the virus itself, and which was never rolled out to the public, right? So they say it's a lie, but then they go on to fact-check and admit they are doing experiments with HIV proteins in vaccines, but we're saying they never got rolled out, right? Really? Because just this last month, we have Operation Sea Spray declassified. And what else do we have? We have another one here. 2 classified documents, as I understand it. I have it here somewhere. Right. 1965 declassified file exposes weather as U.S. war weapon, right? So we have to tie that back into the 5G weather weapons segment. But Operation Sea Spray was the one that I was thinking of specifically, where they freely admit that they were actively giving people cocktails of chemicals and then studying what happened, and they weren't even telling the people they were giving it to. As if this isn't mainstream history at this point. Where was I? Right. CIA's 1965 declassified files expose weather as U.S. war weapon, igniting RFK Jr.'s fight to halt sky toxins. Americans have breathed air laced in unexplained metals for decades, but 2 long-hidden 1965 government files now prove the U.S. military turned the sky into a battlefield decades ago without consent, without oversight, and with toxic results still felt in the lungs, soil, and families. These papers, quietly archived after declassification, detail plans to dump chemicals from planes to alter storms and monsoons, backed directly by President Lyndon B. Johnson. Yeah, you remember Lyndon B. Johnson, the same guy who admitted later he lied about people being bombed in the water so they could start more wars for the central bankers. Wars they never planned on winning, wars that are unwinnable to begin with, right? There's no winning in war. There's just who's going to pimp and who's going to hoe, right? So, and again, when I say there's no winning in war, I mean on the ground with the people fighting it. But that dynamic is precisely the point. Who's going to pimp and who's going to hoe when it comes to who's going to govern, right? So, as we know, or as we believe in what keeps seemingly being shown, is that's what's going on here. The whole world is pimping and hoeing. They just don't know it, right? It was never about care. It was never about safety. It was never about doing the right thing. It was always about turning this whole place into a business and this whole race into a bunch of slaves who are going to do their work for them. Should we go to the face scanning? A bit of face scanning. Oh no, I never finished this one. I'll give you a couple more lines. I don't want to go through the whole thing. You can look it up yourselves. We just touch on these things and then you guys can go research it, read deeper into it, then bring back if I'm wrong, if I got it wrong, right? You can always inform me if I missed something or I got it wrong. Or confirm. So the first is an 18-page CIA-linked report from 1965 that openly called for massive funding increases in weather modification projects. All right, you know what? I'm not going to go on. I'm going to leave it there because what else needs to be said, right? The chemtrails that don't exist, turns out they do exist, and they're in the classified documents that have been declassified recently. But they were experimenting then. This is what they always say. We were experimenting then, but it's got nothing to do with never rolled it out, even though they did. And even though they're now making legislation saying they have to stop it, they're apparently not complying. Let's go to that because I brought that up. For Florida airports, right? Florida is one of the places, you know, those darn conspiracy theorists down there, they didn't want to lock down and mask up and vax up either, you know, and they're not too big on the weather modifications. Florida airports told to comply with weather modifications ban. The question is, have they? Florida Governor Ron DeSantis stood in front of Miami crowd in May to announce a new law code that would root out dangerous weather-altering chemicals poisoning the state's skies. Hey, dumbass and dumbasses to be constituents, there already is a law in the cosmos that you can't lie, cheat, steal, kill, cause loss, injury, and harm to others, fuck with everybody's environment here with poisons, right? It's called common fucking sense. So you're going to sit around and you're still going to placate, you're still going to pander to this idea that these clowns represent us in some corporate endeavor somewhere, you know, that their codes are laws, and that anybody needs to write up these codes in order to stop them from doing wrong. It's real simple. Stop fucking poisoning everybody and genociding everybody, or we're going to bring you to a military tribunal. We're going to put you in the box you keep trying to put everybody in for not paying for Epstein Island indirectly, right? Hello? Anyone out there? Anyone actually going to do your fucking job? And this is exactly why there's no point in voting for these people or buying into this system. Because the answer is no, they're never going to actually do their job. With all the lockup Hillary and all the rest of the garbage, right? That never winds up happening because it's all just promises and campaign slogans for corporate activities, but the people don't actually care, right? But they will at some point here. More and more as we go down this journey, the folks who are involved in this directly or indirectly, the folks who are complicit, they're going to care when they start to see the results of what the shaitan as a spirit is creating here, or better yet, having us create for it, right? So, right, we'll continue a couple more lines here. In the weeks before the law, codes took effect. And right, if you had a race of people who cared about what's true and what's right, had some balls to stand on it, you wouldn't need any fucking politicians or codes. Imagine that. Imagine that. You could still have a lawful system. That would actually be very simple to operate. You're causing loss, injury, and harm, and interfering with other people's rights, you're going to jail. We have to separate you from the rest of society because you don't know what it means to be an empathetic human being. You don't even know what it means to just be a human being and let other people live without trying to harm them or extort them. So we don't need more politicians, statutes, policy, and codes. We need a functioning justice system backed by universal laws that we call conscionable, common sense. And this is all done and over with today. Just that simple, right? But again, you have to have activated people with vision and have a mind and heart and balls to stand on something and potentially give their life to do what's right. No, not give your life to fight endless central banker wars for the Epstein Island going vacation class, okay? Please understand what I'm saying. On July 1st, so this is of last year, and again, I'm just touching on it because we've never gotten to it, and there are more updates on this, which we're going to bring you over the course of the weeks and the months, because this is all ongoing. This is an ongoing drama, cosmic drama, you could say, right? Between, once again, two aspects of self, right? Two sides of the coin. Those who are tapped into their spirit, and the spirit wants to be free, but also have a care, right? Versus those who view freedom and spirit as dangerous or foolish and want to constantly erect structures to tell everybody what they're going to do and be under the guise of supposed safety. And it's never really about safety. It's always about devouring mama, if you want to go to the sub-psychology, right? It's about control and domination, see? Two sides of the same coin. We could also view it as toxic masculinity and toxic femininity, if you want to analyze both sides of the coin in their extreme imbalanced state, right? We can also find a middle ground balanced state between the two aspects of self, these supposed masculine and feminine aspects of creation. Yes, we need better justice system or ICE agents. No, sir. Tony, you're bizarre and confused. So since you're here and you brought that up, let's go to this. See, I got something for every one of you folks. I'm right on the ball. Where is it? Where's my ICE killing citizens and the children of citizens chasing around supposed illegals? Right. Oh, we have even better. Donnie reacts to it. Let's try to pull this up. Having some issues loading the clip. Okay, looks like we're coming through here. We got a 56K vibe going on over here right now. I don't know what's happening. I'm starting to hear the bells and whistles in my head from back in the day, the AOL chat room days. That whole thing, remember that? Whatever happened to that whole thing? Maybe we bring that back. All right, where is it? I just had it here. Right. Trump voter reacts after ICE killed her U.S. citizen son, searching for supposed illegals, which is literally the backbone of your workforce. You retards are supporting ICE agents taking people away because they don't have papers, right? Because they're not fully legal. Newsflash, no one here is legal. They did a survey. The average American commits 3 felonies a day unknowingly, you dumbass. Because there's so many statutes, policies, and codes that everybody's been criminalized, just living their lives, right? So you're so worried about upkeeping this legalistic cult that you didn't start and that you don't understand you're on the wrong side of because you're an illegal as well. I guarantee if I study every person in the audience, you all, based on that survey, commit misdemeanors or felonies, supposed legalistic crimes all day, every day, and you don't even know it. So if they put an eye on you, they're going to throw your ass in jail because everybody's criminalized, right? So again, I don't give a fuck about legal and illegal. I care about right from wrong. I care about cause and effect, what's produced versus the result, right? And what the foundational understanding of what law of this land is supposed to be and law of the universe. This is a free country, according to the foundational principles. That means we're free to do whatever we please, pursuit of happiness, absent loss, injury, harm, direct threat, or a debt owed. So you can't go around policing everyone, questioning everyone, telling people to produce papers and documents, and if not, you're going to take everybody off because they're supposedly illegal, okay? This is the height of fascism and collectivism and Nazism. It is the complete absence of due process, and it is not spiritually in line with the foundational principles that made America great, okay? And again, not to mention the fact that in your crony capitalistic economic system, if you were to take every illegal out of here tomorrow, you're going to double and triple overnight the prices of fruit and vegetables. You fucking morons. Then you'll be sitting there crying and whining how you can't afford to eat anymore because you doubled and tripled all of the things that are created or produced by a good majority of that supposedly legal workforce, right? Because again, a lot of people came here, they didn't have the proper paperwork, but they came here to do and be and have better, right? So it's a mutually beneficial exchange. But see, United States corporation doesn't like that, doesn't want that. If it can't scam you more and take more from you and get your allegiance to it, it's going to say you're doing wrong, see? And of course, it's going to use its propaganda, fake media arm to try to convince you that the illegals are just raping and killing everyone, you know? They're all just bad, horrible, evil people, while your actual supposed government corporation is raping, bombing, and killing everyone and doing terrorism domestically on its own people if you look at the foundations of law versus what it's become, a legalistic cult. You're extremely distracted. You're extremely disempowered. You're extremely deceived and confused, and you don't even know it. And that's how mind and heart control works. The people who are under it never know it. Okay? So you're an idiot. If you think the ICE is only going to be used and the likes are only going to be used for brown illegal immigrants, you're a moron and you don't understand history. If you let this happen, it's going to be used on everybody because that's always what happens. when you erect these systems and you embolden these people and these processes of statutes, policies, and codes and ruling over everybody, even people who are not causing loss, injury, and harm and don't owe anybody anything, right? What always happens, war on drugs, supposed taxation to fund services, it all gets aggrandized and blown up and used to limit everybody's rights, abilities, properties, or to take aspects of who and what people are and have, right? But you keep begging for it. Did we ever get to the clip? No, I don't think we did. Let's get to it. Trump voter reacts after ICE. And see, it's just one citizen's child killed, right? Who really cares? We gotta break a few eggs if we want to make an omelet, right? That's how sick you people are. See? You'll sit right there and you'll say, man, what's the big deal, Paulie boy, you conspiracy theorist, sovereign citizen? What's the big deal if ICE just killed one U.S. citizen's child in the course of their duties? Well, who's going to pay for that child? Who's going to bring that child back? You can't compensate somebody for the loss of a child. I don't care if you give them $1 trillion. Who's going to pay for it? Who's going to go to prison? How's the system going to continue on after that, right? This is my point. Never should have happened to begin with. You can never bring that person back. You can never compensate for that. And because of that, it should be shut down immediately. Because like I said, your whole goal and endeavor is to drive this nation deeper into debt, chasing a bunch of brown people who don't have the right paperwork. I don't give a fuck. If they're doing loss, injury, and harm, you put them in a box like everybody else. If they're not, you let them pursue their happiness and you let them be the backbone of this workforce at a cheaper rate. So you can continue to get all your great deals on everything, right? You can't have it all ways. And if only you had a little bit of fucking logic, morals, and ethics and understanding of what America is or supposed to be, we could like balance this out and make it all work, right? You're an idiot also if you believe that ICE and all the rest of these agents are ever going to be able to get everybody or even close to everybody. It's never going to happen. And again, you're on the precipice of starting another civil war. Just another aside, right? Another little extra detail. When you do shit like this and you have stormtroopers going around state to state, going into cities and dragging people off without due process, you're setting the groundwork for another potential civil/revolutionary war, right? Which is spiritually all part of the design of all of these activities. Some might say, you could argue, right? Biblically, you want to look at it that way. All right, I still didn't get to the clip. Let's go to it before I just keep yammering.
10 months before immigration officers shot and killed Renee Good and Alex Preddy in Minneapolis, an ICE agent killed 23-year-old American citizen Ruben Ray Martinez. But ICE's involvement was only recently disclosed. And like in the cases of Good and Preddy, witnesses dispute the official account of what unfolded. In a CBS News exclusive, immigration correspondent Camilo Montoya Galvez sat down with Martinez's mother for her first television interview.
Everything was good. I just don't understand why it has to be this way.
Rachel Reyes' son, 23-year-old American citizen Ruben Ray Martinez, was killed by an ICE agent nearly 1 year ago.
I was devastated and in disbelief. And it's bad enough to lose your child, but then to lose your child at the hands of law enforcement when they're supposed to be the ones to protect your child.
ICE's involvement in Martinez's killing in March of 2025 was only publicly revealed in February.
Okay, I have to stop her and everybody else because I'm sick of these narratives. They're not law enforcement. They're code enforcement. If we all self-govern, which is the law of this land, we don't need code enforced on us. If you enforce code on us, we can't uphold the law of this land. Stop calling them law enforcement. Law doesn't need to be enforced. It's upheld by a self-governing population. Okay? And the woman asked, see, Paulie will answer, ask, and he answers. I don't understand why it has to be this way. I do, whether I like it or not. You want to know, lady and everybody else? Because you all don't know the law and you don't know God and truth. That's why it's got to be this way. Because you're getting up close and personal simulation to be revealed to God and truth from the negative side of creation, what you call the dark side of the force. That's why it had to be this way. If you knew God and truth and therefore the law of this land and you stood on what's true and what's right, this never would have got this way. But you don't know it and you ain't standing for it, and you say things like, law enforcement who's supposed to protect the people. That's been ruled on at Supreme Court. They don't have a duty and obligation to protect us. They have a duty and obligation to uphold our motherfucking rights, because that's the only way we can be protected here. If you ain't got that, you ain't got nothing. Okay? See how easy that was? None of them have the answers to anything that's going on. And they cry and ask. They call out to the God of all media. Why does this have to happen? Get some fucking logic, morals, and ethics, and you'll be able to answer your own question. Every question contains its own answer. Every problem contains its own solution. Sit with that for more than 5 minutes so the realization can present itself. Why does the world have to go into the kingdom of Shaitan? Because the whole world, the majority, refuses to reflect God, truth, life, and way. I think we know this story, don't we? Same reason why the hero of this supposed society was crucified at one point. We know this story, why that had to happen. Because Jesus didn't die for your sins. He died because of your sins. What is sin? Missing the mark. What is missing the mark? Thinking that Pelosi and George Bush and go on and on and on, name somebody, are your rulers and your governance system. What is missing the mark? Thinking that code, policy, statute is law. Thinking that dictation is rights. Thinking that war is peace. Thinking that green paper is money. Hello? Anyone out there? So yeah, when you continue to sin and you miss the mark and you don't know yourself and therefore you don't have vision and therefore you can't see what's true and what's right, you gotta have demonic forces come in and check everybody and take everything so you could get back to original mission principles, original mission statement. Why the fuck God put you here to begin with? Imagine that, huh?
Roughly 11 months later, Martinez was out celebrating his birthday with his best friend Joshua Orta in South Padre Island. ICE says one of its agents fired defensive shots into Martinez's vehicle after Martinez intentionally ran over another ICE agent.
So they're asking intentionally. We know all about the intentional. We've seen that game.
No, of course not. He was not a violent person.
So they're asking questions in chat. You know, they do the thing where when they go to try to leave because they got a bunch of folks who jump out on them with guns, and your first reaction, if you're not a complete slave, is to run, and you run and they step in front of the car and they gun you the fuck down and say you tried to hit them, right? You know? So this person, Cormac, because we need some audience engagement. What else is this for, right? Rid of all law. I just see, this is why many of you are unteachable. Not only are you fucking cowards who wouldn't or couldn't do what's true and what's right, even if you know it, but you're unteachable. You can't even follow a simple premise. They're codes and policies. They're not laws. Okay? I know you'll say, well, what's the difference? Well, words have meaning. Meaning reveals purpose. Purpose reveals our role in creation. Okay? And if you haven't noticed, whether it's men, women, church, state, pick something, we're not recognizing our roles the way we once did. Some might say, some might argue, right? It's because we're not recognizing true purpose and meaning. So once again, should we get rid of all law enforcement agents even before we have 100% agreement to self-enforce? Yes or no? I could argue for either side. If you have to have it that way, great. You want code enforcement as long as they don't interfere with the law of this land, which means I can do whatever I want to do to pursue my happiness. If I don't cause loss, injury, and harm, then great. They're never going to do that because that's not what makes them money, and that's not what gives them their fix spiritually of dominance and control and being in charge, right? So again, this bizarre belief that the majority of what these agents do is good for the individual and the collective is part of your Stockholm Syndrome mind control. Usually by the time you call the cops, the bad, wrong shit's already done and over. They can't bring it back. They can't change it. You know, and again, if you want to just go on the foundations of the law of the land, well, then we have that. They're called peacekeepers, sheriffs. Why do we need all of these various subsidiary corporations and corporate endeavors with different names doing different functions? It's real simple. If you stay in alignment with the supposed law of the land and the contract codified, the Constitution, well, then you only have an actionable matter if someone causes loss, injury, or harm or doesn't pay their debts. So we don't have to get rid of them. Just do what you signed up originally to do and stop destroying common law nations and the law of those lands, okay? Stop doing collectivism, socialism, fascism, Nazism, and do what made America great. Promote and uphold the law of the land, which is rights and freedom, spiritual faith. See, not regulating everybody with thousands and millions of policies and codes out of fear that something bad's going to happen if we don't have complete dominance and militarized control. Get some fucking balls, a mind, heart, and balls on you. What are you so scared of, you punk coward? You get up every day, you walk out into the streets, you live your life hoping someone's going to protect you and save you from other bad people out there? What kind of people are you who ask these questions? Because I can't relate to you. I get up every day, and if I leave the house, I put a gun or two on my hip, and I go off into the world, and I live by faith. And I try to be respectful and respectable. I try to do the right thing. And if you get too close to me and cause me loss, injury, and harm, I'm going to put a fucking bullet in you. What is so hard to understand about that? What is so hard to understand? The Christed being said, do what's true and what's right, sell your cloak and buy a sword. This isn't that difficult. Be a loving, caring, good man. And if evil comes for you, dispatch it. This is not that difficult and that complicated. What is difficult and complicated is becoming man enough to govern your motherfucking self. Apparently, based on your questions in chat and others' presentments in chat. Okay, so I don't know. Maybe you're different than I am. You wake up every day. You don't care about yourself and your property, what's around you. You don't seek to like grow it or protect it, right? Or manage it. You seek to give control over to other con men and deviants to run your life for you. And then when evil comes for you, you not only don't dispatch it, you beg it and you fund it and you promote it, or you hope someone else is going to deliver you from it. I have no idea what that is or what that's like. Your controllers do, though, and that's why they run your fucking life, because you're not a man. You want to get down to the core of this? Why this all got to the way it is? Because the majority of you inauthentic corporate beta males are not men anymore. You've been completely domesticated and bred out of existence. Okay? You're basically just a walking come-up trick, whether it's for the inauthentic corporate females in this life who want a free dinner at Red Lobster, or whether it's your corporatized supposed government. You're a walking paycheck come-up trick, in so many words. This is it. I'm giving you the lowest form of street lingo at this point. Still applies. You're not looked at and revered for who you are and what you do. You're looked at as for what we could get out of you because you don't have any other role in the cosmic ordeal, right? You know, a man was once revered and prized for his ability to stand on what's true and what's right. He was archetypally inspiring, right? We don't have that anymore. So now your government and your women just look to you for what they're going to get out of you. How much cash are you going to give them? How much are you going to submit to their will, right? Because you're no longer reverent and revered, right? That's what happens when you lose the godly aspect of truth, life, and way, right? Or you never really lose it, but that's what happens when it goes genetically dormant, right? Epigenetically dormant. They wonder why they have a whole new generation of OnlyFans models, and then they cry on the either the Magatard message boards or the MGTOW message boards. We don't know why. Just like that woman, they all cry and they ask these rhetorical questions. We don't know why all the women are becoming hoes on OnlyFans and turning us all into tricks. Every question contains its own answer. Every problem contains its own solution, because the women archetypally, subconsciously know you're no longer a source of power and care and protection. You're no longer a source of God. You've archetypally dried them up. They don't look to you for anything anymore. They don't get a vibe from you anymore to inspire them and energize them, right? You're a hoe. The average man is a hoe. to their corporatist government. So your women are now turning themselves into bigger and better hoes to compete. They no longer want your affection and connection with you. They want cash because you don't have the archetypal resource. See, it's all right in the words. Makes perfect sense to me. Now, they may not know that. There, you get across some hoes who can think and feel and talk, and they'll tell you just what I just told you, flat out. They've dated 50 guys. They don't get them going. They don't turn them on. They don't stand for nothing. They can barely talk at this point because they're so fucking medicated and autistic. And they say, I'd rather, forgive me, family broadcast, but let's go there. I'd rather have sex with my nightstand toy or eat pussy or be a hoe online than to live the rest of my life attached to a beta male bozo like this who don't stand for a motherfucking thing in this life. I can't really blame them. I'd love to take up for the males in this realm, you know, and chastise these hoes, but it's all cause and effect as far as I can see. You give what you get here. And again, all you really need to do as a man is just get a woman who can see enough and be honest enough to tell you the fucking truth, and you'll see everything I'm saying is real and true, presuming she knows, right? That's the key. Presuming she knows and honest with herself and others. And they're out there, you know. And again, you don't have to like that to understand it and then realize that, you know, a change must come sometime, someplace, right? We got to start with I am that am. We can't keep pointing fingers outward. Okay, we did the Federal Reserve situation. We did the HIV protein trials. We buried the lead, as we always do, because we got Ford's latest patent scans your face before you drive. It's exactly my point. Exactly my point. You got your new corporate job. You get a little spiffy outfit. You're completely ruled over by policies and codes. Your body, your children, your properties all registered to the state. Run by the state, right? You own nothing anymore and you're happy. And you claim it's a theory that it's on the horizon. They already did it. You don't even know you're in it. And they were right again, right? And you get into your car that you just financed because you can't afford to buy a motherfucking thing with anything other than debt and credit. And that's exactly the way your masters like it. And you get in your new $50,000 truck, which is insanely inflated at this point, right? You go back 100 years ago, you could have bought a house with that, but that's okay. We don't look at it. You know, and you get ready to go on a drive with your sweetie who doesn't really respect you because you're not really inspiring and empowered. You're not really honorable, good faith, or respectable. You're just a pet trick statist hoe. But before you go on a drive with your little sweetie to go vote for who your next master is going to be to run your household, you got to scan your motherfucking face. Oh, but I just cursed. So most aren't going to listen to me, right? Because I got loud and I cursed and I pointed out how the average male and females in their households are hoes themselves and raising more statist hoes. You know, Paulie boy, you should be more peaceful and calm. You should speak in a more civilized and sophisticated manner, and more people would listen to you and they'd share you, and maybe they would even change what they're doing. No, it's not reality, right? And if that has to be reality, well, then I'd rather be wrong, right? Being honest with myself and others and being passionate and expressive is wrong. I don't want to be right because, again, I highly doubt that. Highly doubt if I was nice, kind, and polite and presented the facts that it would change anything about the collective mind control and cowardice of the majority of the public. So I've abandoned that notion. But feel free to email me. There's links up top. Contribution support and also email. If you got questions, comments, concerns, articles, you think I got it wrong, go ahead and drop me an email, right? Maybe even tell me if you're one of those people. Paulie boy, I might actually listen to you more and consider what you're saying if you didn't curse and call us slaves from time to time. I'll listen. Right. Let's go to our face scanning. A little safety. Ford's latest patent scans your face before you drive with new cars going all in on surveillance tech. Privacy advocates say analog is dying. If you thought self-driving cars or Tesla Cybertrucks are as far-fetched as it gets, the 123-year-old Ford has been sneaking in new global IP. Ford's latest patent involves using cameras and machine learning to read lips, scan irises. Irises. Wow, I've gone fully illiterate at this point. Excuse me. Let me make this bigger too. I'm struggling here to read this. 123-year-old Ford has been sneaking a new global IP. I don't know what that means either. Ford's latest patent involves using cameras and machine learning to read lips, scan irises, track facial expressions, and monitor heart rates. Oh, that's good. We can monitor heart rates. So when that vax kicks in and clots up, we can have the car go into auto drive and just drop you right in front of the local hospital. You know, it can even compare biometric data to law. Oh, wow! The new Ford car not only scans you, listens to you, reads your lips, pumps your heart for you, and everything else. It reports what you're doing to local law enforcement. Oh, geez. This isn't a problem, Paulie boy. No. With your conspiracy. You're so Paulie boy, you come on here for over 10 years on Facebook and everywhere else. They obviously shadow ban the shit out of you because the numbers all don't add up, right? Ever. None of the metrics add up. And you're so wacky and crazy. It's so far-fetched, right? They're going to track and trace and try to control and dominate everything. As they're now saying, you're going to have to scan your face to move your car around town, and the car is going to listen to you and report your activities potentially to local law enforcement. Literally a slave car. And the next step to this is going to be, if you don't do what they say, what they say is true and right, follow their code, the car is going to release some loving puffs of gas that are going to neutralize you and send you off to your next reality, right? Because this one's just probably not for you, you know? That'll be the next innovation here for everybody's safety. The new tracking, tracing gas chamber car for everybody's safety. Yeah, totally. And they'll fund it, they'll support it, they'll go into debt for it, right? They'll ride it around town like the bozos they are. They'll go to jail for it as well. Quite frankly, the Luciferian aspect of me loves it. I say give them more. They need it. All right, what else do we have here? I think I'm done with that. Am I done with that? Well, a couple more lines. Yeah, because this is rather fascinating, you know. Even though we can predict all this shit, and you know, it's not hard to tell. It is rather fascinating when it shows up and they start selling it to everybody, you know. Ford's stated goal to improve voice commands and check if a driver is alert and fit to drive. There it is. We just want all the machines and all the politicians and the rapists around us to constantly be checking us to see if we're fit to do what we need to do day to day in life, right? No big deal. You have no problem registering and taxing and laxing and licensing and all the rest of it. What's the big deal if we just up the ante a little bit, right? And then it never stops, never goes away. It only gets worse and worse. This is my point. Now they're going to check you constantly inside your car to see if you're fit to be a human being. Hold on, we have a 647.
Is this Pizza?
No, you have the wrong number.
No. Oh, it's okay. Check your email.
Oh, it's Lewis. Okay.
They're doing. I sent you a clip of how they're doing similar to the. This is extremely dangerous to your democracy. Well, there's one about 33 new cases today. 33 new cases in Chicago. 33 new cases in
antivirus.
Timbuktu. Well, they're starting the same thing with antivirus. Now they're saying 33 cases. So if you check it out, the clip, if you want to show it, whatever. Plus, I send you $20 for a pepperoni pizza with the pizza unsliced, buttered, and warmed to 99 degrees.
Well, thank you.
Stick it in your ass.
Well, thank you. I love that unsliced pepperoni touch. That always gets me going. You know, when I'm lonely and you know, I don't have anyone to turn to. I do have an unsliced and greased pepperoni to, you know, really just go wild with. Yeah, and warmed, right. That's a personal touch. I appreciate that, Lewis.
I'm thinking about you, you know.
Right. That's Lewis's bed and breakfast. He doesn't leave peppermints on the pillow. He leaves a warmed and greased unsliced pepperoni stick. Thank you for that. All right, I'll entertain this.
Check it out.
I'll entertain this.
Yeah.
Why not? What do you think about your new face scanning ratting car that's going to snitch on you and drop you off at the police station if you reveal what we already know, that everybody's doing illegal shit sometime, someplace, whether they know it or not? What do you think about all that? Are you for that? You do? Okay. All right.
It's for safety, of course.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
how else are we going to stay safe?
Right. Okay. All right. We're on board with it then.
You know, God forbid I need to accelerate to go into a lane when there's a tractor trailer or 18-wheeler coming my way, and I just happen to blink. Wouldn't want your gas to just all of a sudden shut off because you're not looking into the camera.
Right. All right. I'm going to entertain this. I'm going to go to the video you sent me.
All right.
Proof that I do not only audience engagement, but I will present at times what they send me, right? I haven't in a while.
Interesting. Check it out.
All right, Louis, you got anything else for the people?
No, that's it. That's it, buddy.
Thank you, sir.
Take it easy.
That is Lou Bastone, of course, fellow Paisan. I'm only half, so the family would never make me. They can't trace my family completely back to the old country. But Lewis is full Paisan, as I understand. All right, let's go to his video. Apparently, they're now mocking everybody, putting it in their face with the old 33 Masonic numbers during their rituals and sorcery events. So they, one, reveal themselves, and two, they can start to cast this energetic metaphysical net over the populace and get them ensnared, right? It's part mockery, humiliation ritual, part spelling, magical sorcery, right? Using words, terms, symbols, numbers, phrases.
Days ago about how the number 33 is popping up with the hantavirus. There have been 33 cases so far, confirmed cases. I want to go on a trip down memory lane to show you how many times the number 33 was used during COVID. This will absolutely blow your mind.
As of today, and I say as of today at this hour, we have 33 confirmed positive tests for the virus.
Yesterday we had 22 cases. Today we have 33 cases, so it has gone up by 11. That brings, those are 11 new cases. 22 goes to 33.
As we sort through this here in Arkansas, today we have 33 confirmed positive cases in Arkansas.
As of today, we have 33 confirmed cases with Boston residents. We expect those numbers to climb.
As of this afternoon, we have 33 Pennsylvanians who have tested positive for COVID-19.
So as of this morning, there were 33 confirmed cases in North Carolina.
Evening to you. Lots to get to tonight. I'm Leon Hendricks. We want to start with new information into our newsroom. Within the past couple of hours, there are now 33 confirmed cases of the coronavirus in Michigan.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us for the news at 6. I'm Richard Gerhardt. Karina Corral has the night off. More cases of the coronavirus were confirmed today in San Luis Obispo County, bringing the total number now to 33.
Right now, Georgia is reporting a total of 99 cases in 19 counties. That is 33 new cases from just yesterday.
Good afternoon. I'm Karen Swenson. More cases and more events affected. Here is the latest coronavirus news. There are now 33 cases in Louisiana.
As expected. The number of cases of COVID-19 jumps. A total of 33 people in our state have been tested and are confirmed to have the.
And the video goes on and on and on. And
all right, I'm going to leave it there. And I just took a vaporized hit of cannabis. Okay, God bless me. Why not? You know, it's to cope with the ongoing. Congratulations, thank you. What do we have here? What are the creature? I had a creature down here, right? This creature. Forgive me, all you regulars who come here. I know what I do. I never give you guys most of the attention. I give the attention to the people who need it the most, who oftentimes want it the least and like me the least and don't want to listen to what I'm saying at all, right? So again, forgive me, but not so much. I'm not sorry because you understand what we do here. They need it. You guys don't need it. Folks who contribute and support here, I'm appreciative of you, but you get it. We're along for the ride. You're telling your slave family and friends what the deal is, right? You're trying to live into something new for yourself and others and really lead here. You don't really need my attention and interaction. These people, they need it. So Cormac, we're going to pull this up for you because every so often, well, the whole life is a loop here, so we're always technically looping on some level. There's nothing new under the sun. I mean, if you believe science and astrology, we're literally in a looping universe, a Milky Way spiral loop while we're looping around the sun, right? So loops within loops within loops, and here I am, your loop master. I'm going to give you the whole left and right wing side of the media from all states, all using the same exact phrases because they're all part of a central casting script and operation that's all organized and presented to the public to deceive them, right? Sounds like a crazy, grandiose claim until I give you clips like this. And by the way, I have a lot of them. I just sometimes play the best few, the most convincing. If you were ever going to get out of your Stockholm Syndrome slavery, it would be by watching these clips because there's no other way to explain them, how they could be real. So danger to our democracy. By the way, we even have one with the Easter Bunny, proving it's not just about propaganda. They do this with everything. Just lie in mass with collectivized gaslighting and presentments, and you folks still don't get the point. Danger to our democracy, media, what I'm going with. And I give you guys keywords so that later you can use the same keywords to find the same videos if you wish to do so. There's some method to my madness here. Here we go. Again, this is the left wing, right wing, all media, all states, all using the same exact words and phrases for the same ideas because they're all run by a centralized location and narrative.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest responsibility is to serve our Treasure Valley communities, the El Paso, Las Cruces communities, Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But
we are concerned about troubling and irresponsible, one-sided news stories plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and
False news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish these stories simply aren't true without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
By the way, does anyone find it even more glorious that as they're doing this, they're using the line of what they're doing on you, that we're all pushing dangerous and contrived false narratives to try to affect the people? There's always one goddamn fly in here. I swear, do not move to Arizona if you are not going to become one with the fly. Because I have never seen a place with as many flies as this place, and it is almost impossible to keep them out. This is most of my life at this point is war on flies, right? I've started my own society in this trailer, and I've gone to war many times. Most of the time, it's terroristic flies. God, that is annoying. You know what? I'm going to name, that's a freedom fly. So that one fly you keep seeing coming in here, that's our freedom fly. That fly is a great American patriot insect. Right. That's what's so great about their scheme, right? Is even as we're showing, they're all repeating and saying the same thing. They're doing what they're saying we're all doing, right? They're sharing bias and false narratives to interfere with the due process of what they call a democracy, which used to be a republic, if you can keep it, and you didn't. So here we are.
this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. I love the ones who take a risk, right? Where they don't read it like everybody else. They put different inflections on the words. This is an extreme danger to our democracy. Great job. Hollywood's going to be calling any minute. Yeah, they're all actors. They're all paid actors, presenters, liars. You got the con man in chief up there, right? That's all this is. One big pimping and hoeing game. We like it. We like it. It's fun for us. We get to laugh at the NPCs. Keeps life interesting for us, right? There's never a dull moment. And soon the meek shall inherit the earth. All of us who didn't take the vaccines and the pharmaceuticals and gave our soul over, we shall inherit the earth, while the rest will be, well, the rest of the problems here will solve themselves, we'll put it, right? That was my latest Facebook post. And again, being somewhat flippant, doing my Luciferian mockery, humiliation ritual of my own. But they tell me it's not effective. And I say, who are you to tell me that mockery, humiliation, guilt aren't effective when it comes to reflecting and making a change? I don't agree with that. They keep telling me I shouldn't be this nasty. I'm nasty? You guys are throwing away everything good and great. You're subjecting the children to these people and their systems, sending them off there, paying them to get mind control to produce another crop of slaves. And I'm the bad guy. I'm the nasty one. For asking you to get with the fucking program here. So let's go to that. By the way, if you want on Facebook, Paul on Slaves, search me up, Jeeps, if you wish to, because I don't expect anything from you. I don't pay you. So, you don't owe me anything, far from it. But if you get a chance and you want to drop my Facebook in there, also fairly shadow banned at times, but getting better. We're getting a bit better as time goes on. Can't complain too much because it's been really bad at one point. So you can go on there. I make some posts from time to time. I interact with the folks. Again, it's Paul on Slaves. So we got one Tangerine Palpatine. That's our new moniker for Mr. Trump there. Tangerine Palpatine is what I'm partial to this week. I'm going to come up with a new one every week. Right. So this week is Tangerine Palpatine, locks everyone down. Will you maggot tards comply and make excuses? Who will you blame? I'm already getting out ahead of it, right? Like I always do. And then I can bring it up later and say, see, I was right again. You're an idiot. It's what I do. Okay. Kind of arrogant, but we need it. Some folks might say we need it. Okay. So I wrote 2 days ago, let's get this lockdown and shots going to stop the spread of stupid people's seed. See what I did there? See, the more slaves who get shots, the more we purify the genetics by removing stupid voting slaves from the gene pool and leaving only those who can see truth and self-govern. It's a beautifully ugly simulation, some might say. A problem that takes care of itself is no problem at all. Then the world can find some balance again between those that care for truth and those who push and fund the lies. The majority just may become the minority seemingly overnight. Last shall be first, the first shall be last, as it is written in scripture, right? So we shall see. Anything is possible. I don't like that. I don't necessarily love that, right? I may want it to be different, but I also have to accept what is and what is shown as far as cause and effect goes, right? This is precisely what this is if it is going to play out the way that it's written cosmically as a script. Talks about the kingdom of Shaitan. It talks about mass extinction events. It talks about Meek inheriting the earth. And I contend that that's potentially what this reflective simulation, holographic simulation is. And of course, Deagle did their projections for 2029. And from what I remember, I should pull it up here because oftentimes I misquote these things. Something like 50 to 75% population reduction projection by 2029. So some have said it's because the vax is going to kick in and you're going to see 50 to 75% of folks not be here anymore as a result of that. I mean, I guess, if you care about staying here, being here, which you could argue, for all we know, death being a transition might actually be a better thing than staying here with a bunch of Epstein Island going classers running everybody's lives while a bunch of cowards pay for it and do nothing. But where was I going with that? Because I don't want it to. I'm saying what some might say, but that's not the perspective I hold, right? I don't believe that this is a completely lost cause. I believe it gets dire as a result of our ignorance and unwillingness to act and that at some point we turn the corner and we have another renaissance period. There's going to be some test challenges, pain and suffering, and some losses in between. Potentially, right? But yeah, I mean, if you for all this, the folks into scientism, all the Darwinians who say that only the strong / intelligent survive, well then, by their understanding of logic, all those of us who don't listen to con men and don't take their poison are most likely to outlive all the other folks who keep being used as experiments, right? It's like fuck around, find out, play stupid games, win stupid prizes, that whole thing, So, hey, you can't say that I'm Luciferian evil like them. I may mock you in a Luciferian way with the truth in order to compel you to turn from your wicked ways and seek repentance, right? Cleanse yourself physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, ideologically, and move forward, right? With that said, I was the one here for the 5 years leading up to that, telling everybody, don't comply. They're probably going to do an event at some point leading into 2030. I didn't know they were going to start 10 years ahead of time, but you could suspect that. And I was there hollering day after day, telling people from my heart, right, with a care, don't listen to this, don't do it, don't take it. And they continue to listen and they continue to do it anyway, right? So I've tried, I've done my best. I've worked with others who told me later that they did change their perspective because of me and they averted what they believed to be disaster because of it. So great, we had an effect, we did the work, we made a change. We also have to surrender that the majority is not going to be that fortunate. And even worse so, they're so ignorant and arrogant, which is a horrible conversation, or combination rather. They refuse to admit to themselves and others we were right the whole time, because it's inconceivable to them that somebody in a trailer who has no degree, who barely got out of high school, I had to stay an extra year, right? Because I wouldn't show up half the time, cut class, wouldn't do the work, and all the rest of it. They can't conceive of a reality where someone in a trailer who's not certified, who doesn't have a degree, who wasn't institutionalized, could somehow see and know more than all their authorities and experts. It's not that I see and know more, it's that they're lying to you. And both ideas are pretty challenging for the average individual to accept. I don't know why. Again, these are people you listen to who can't speak extemporaneously without a teleprompter. They're not exactly the brightest bulbs in the bunch. So, what are you going to do? You can't fix stupid, huh? But yeah, see, I can say that to try to cope, right? Or as a throwaway. But the reality is most people are not that stupid. They're just that culted. They have all the intelligence they need to see and understand. They're just not using it because they're so indoctrinated to believe that those in the costume and the outfit who present a certain way have to be the real deal. See, it's that pimping and hoeing again. Which again, I guess we could circle back around and argue that is an aspect of true intelligence, because if you can't see through the formality into the substance, then you're not really truly discerning / intelligent. So I guess the case could be made, right? It's usually the truly intelligent people who have the discernment and the vision who can see through pretty much anything and deduce what it is. The rest are regularly wrong when they call the shot, right? There's just no other way to see it and to say it. All right, we did Donnie 6G. Where are we at on time? Coming up on the second hour. Maybe we'll run another hour, a little bit less. I want to get through a lot of this stuff because it's been up there. I've been sacking it a mile high and we never get to it. President Trump, right. Big Daddy Don, famous clip, blast from the past. What is it, 6 months ago? Double check here. Oh, no, wow. No, that's not right. He did say it again more recently. I got to double check, but I'm almost positive. We'll go back to this clip, though, which echoes the same sentiment. 7 years ago, Donnie says he admires North Korean dictator and wants his people to act like the people of North Korea, right? Likes that. He likes that dictator sort of vibe.
Mr. Kim here at the White House?
Could happen. I mean,
They talked about that yesterday.
I would
with
have him.
campaign?
Yeah, I think it's something that could happen. Yeah. Hey, he's the head of a country, and I mean, he is the strong head. Don't let anyone think anything different.
Right.
He speaks, and his people sit up at attention. I want my people to do the same.
Well, just before you met with him, he cleaned house. 3 of his top generals, some of the hardliners,
Yeah, that's
he
what I
fired. Then you go over there and you took some heat over saluting one of the generals.
I think he fired at least. Okay, when you say he
3
fired,
that we know of.
I think maybe fired at least. Fired may be a nice word.
Right. So yeah, he admires that. When Kim Jong-un speaks, everybody pops to attention, and he wants his people to do the same. Well done. Just keep having ICE and all of these centralized militaristic groups go around taking everybody off because they won't follow your policies and codes, right? We'll get there. We'll get to a completely autocratic, tyrannical dictatorship. I mean, we're already 80% there, you know? Yeah, and it's going to come more and more out in the open and force the people to civilly disobey or comply one way or the other, right? You're not getting out of this. And quite frankly, the director, the producer, the media person, the entertainer in me, I love it. Even though I don't like it, I have to love it. Fascinating, holographic, reflective movie that we're all a part of here and co-creating and co-generating somehow, some way. Beyond our comprehension of the technicalities. Right. So Bill Gates, everybody's favorite uncle. He's the uncle who touches you, but you still love him because he's really smart. You know, he keeps saying he loves you, so you buy into it. You know, you don't want to be guilty. Uncle Bill's touching you was just his way of showing his love, is what it was, right? He didn't mean any harm. Bill Gates' prediction for the next pandemic resurfaces as hantavirus. You know what I love too? That they took a disease that comes from a rat and they put it on all you slaves. I love their humiliation mockery rituals. I do. I get off on it. The East Coast Irish Italian scumbag thug lowlife in me, you know, the darker aspects of me, the Luciferian aspects of me, I fucking get off on it. Because I keep telling you, slaves, this is what it is and do something different. And you keep cursing me out and calling me names. See, if you didn't curse me out and call me names, I probably wouldn't be this wicked in my speech. Not in my actions, but in my speech, right? Pointing out the harsh truths and even almost accepting and settling into it, right? Trying to find some joy with it. You know, because it's just so fascinatingly entertaining, horrifically comedic, you know, in its tragedy. So yeah, they did it again to you folks. They're going to try to get you to repeat to all your friends and family and everybody else. So you have rat virus. And I agree with them. You do have rat virus. Only a race of rodent creatures and vermin would allow the con man in chief and all the rest of the con men in chief and the Epstein Islander going class to rule over your lives and your children and your futures, right? No other way to see it. So the WHO has issued a I love that too. The WHO. No, it's not a who, it's a what. Because all of these who's are part of a what. And behind the what's and the who is another what. So they mock you. Say who, because it's not an actual man or woman. And even if an actual man or woman comes forth to speak it, the script isn't from them. The script is from the spirit that inhabits them. So the who or the what, as far as I see it, has issued a statement. Like, just imagine every time they say the who or one of these centralized corporations, just impose Lucifer, right? And then it all starts to make sense. So let's try it that way. See if it works. It's an idea off the top of my head. The Lucifer has issued a statement on its expectations about the hantavirus outbreak. Bill Gates made an unnerving prediction about the next pandemic in a resurfaced interview as the cruise ship outbreak of hantavirus has resulted in 3 deaths. By the way, is it at all fascinating to anyone if you go back and watch and listen? As I started to feel better, I started to get this thing in my beingness where I said, hey, I think I want to go live on a cruise ship for a month. You wonder why half the time I don't go and do anything. Because I go, I think I want to do some content where I live on a cruise ship for a month and we play craps part of the time and we talk to the slaves and it's just kind of equal parts relaxation, enjoyment, and traveling, which is just all things that I enjoy, like being on the water. I used to love the cruise ship experience. I've been a couple times, for a few days at a time. Getting off on the island, going to kind of interesting parts of the island, talking to just, people, usually black people in the ghetto. Wherever I go, I wind up somehow, some way, because my father says I'm a white N-word. I guess he's not wrong. Whatever. Yeah, so I say that, and then 3 weeks later, they're like, hantavirus, cruise ship. And then I go, oh my God. Is this the holographic reflection? Is this my schizophrenia undiagnosed? Is this like Fauci or Bill Gates watching my broadcast, non-broadcast, and then fucking with me? What is that? It's like I've never brought up cruise ships or entertained going on one and doing one in over a decade. Then I go, I think we're going to do content, go to one. 3 weeks later, cruise ship outbreak, hantavirus. And then part of me is like, yeah, I don't know if I want to. They wonder why. They think I'm overly paranoid. They wonder why I say, I just don't really want, I'm not comfortable. I don't feel that safe and trusting traveling or going anywhere at this point. Going through TSA, dealing with these agent slaves, being around a bunch of other regular civilian slaves who are obese and diseased and have communicable viruses and spike proteins oozing out of their pores at this point. It's just, this is why I have a hard time enjoying anything at this point. I got to let go of all that potentially, at least for a moment. Who cares if I get microwaved on this cruise ship and I get some horrible, abnormality that pops up that they label hantavirus, and then now the headline is Poland slave becomes ground zero first case for hantavirus, which it's probably going to go viral. All things considered, I might have dropped the ball now that I'm thinking about it, right? If I'd have done the cruise ship thing I wanted to, I'd have gotten hantavirus and some mutation, maybe some kind of hump on my back, and then that would jumpstart my platform once again. That would be another viral moment and some kind of content arc. Yeah, see, well, I'm just, I don't even know. I guess I'm giving you guys a look into my process, what I experience. Why it's difficult for me at times to make decisions. I can't tell. Am I getting like divinely inspired, or is the devil trying to, get a hold of me and give me hantavirus? And then I go, and then is that the devil? Right? Is that maybe just the God of creation and he has a weird sense of humor, which I'm almost positive he or it does? Or else why would I be here the way that I am doing the broadcast that I do? Right, let's get back. I took us off completely. I'm venting now. This is what invariably happens. The audience becomes my therapist indirectly. Right, so Billy Gates, Microsoft founder, urged people to be more prepared in an interview. On and on and on. I'm not going to continue. The bottom line is Billy, for years, has been laughing at everyone and telling everyone pandemics are the new reality for everybody. So it's totally not organized. I'm not a theorist. He seems to know something. He's an expert. Right. Here's the one again, 4 months ago. Bill Gates bombshell. The next pandemic is coming sooner than you think. So somehow, some way, Billy, in his infinite wisdom, sat around 3-4 months ago and predicted that the pandemic's like right around the corner, right? He had his finger on the pulse of hantavirus, just like they're showing. I have to do the research. I don't want to quote it yet, but I'm going to go ahead and release it here, not as a quote, as a supposition. I have to, again, double check it. But according to them, they already had the hantavirus or whatever it's going to be, a vaccine already ready to go before they even announced it. There's clips of that, documentation of that. I don't know how that works, but I guess we don't need to know, right? Yeah. So we know it's going to happen. We know it's coming, but only because Bill Gates tells us, and it's definitely not because he's creating it or a part of it. He's trying to help us out. We got Iran attacks UAE. U.S. says it sank boats in the Strait of Hormuz. That'd be great if I wasn't sitting here for the last 10 years showing you clips over and over again from 2012 of an Israeli lobbyist literally saying we're going to blow boats up and blame it on people to go to war with Iran and to do expansionism. Let's go to the clip. It's literally like beating your head against the wall. Clausen, go. Clausen, are you there?
I frankly think that crisis initiation is really tough. And it's very hard for me to see how the United States president can get us to war with Iran. Which leads me to conclude that if, in fact, compromise is not coming, that the traditional way of America gets to war is what would be best for U.S. interests. Some people might think that Mr. Roosevelt wanted to get us into World War II, as David mentioned. You may recall we had to wait for Pearl Harbor. Some people might think Mr. Wilson wanted to get us into World War I. You may recall he had to wait for the Lusitania episode. Some people might think that Mr. Johnson wanted to send troops to Vietnam. You may recall he had to wait for the Gulf of Tonkin episode. We didn't go to war with Spain until the until the Maine exploded. And may I point out that Mr. Lincoln did not feel he could call out the Federal Army until Fort Sumter was attacked, which is why he ordered the commander at Fort Sumter to do exactly that thing which the South Carolinians had said would cause an attack. So if, in fact, the Iranians aren't going to compromise, it would be best if somebody else started the war. One can combine other means of pressure with sanctions. I mentioned that explosion on August 17th. We could step up the pressure. I mean, look, people, Iranian submarines periodically go down. Someday one of them might not come up. Who would know why? We can do a variety of things if we wish to increase the pressure. I'm not advocating that, but I'm just suggesting that this is not a either-or proposition of, it's just sanctions has to succeed or other things. We are in the game of using covert means against the Iranians. We could get nastier at that.
Right. And that's precisely why I've gone over this thousands of times over the past 5 to 10 years in various venues, is because when that day comes, you can't say that it was random and by the gaslighting projection. It's obvious that this is all programmed and planned. So that covers that. We got Bill Gates pandemics. We got Iran-Trump war. We got staged attacks. Okay, so that's from last week. Iran attacks UAE. U.S. says it sank boats in Strait of Hormuz. And the magatards and all the rest of the morons will repeat it, and they will completely disregard my broadcast, partially because they're stupid, partially because this system keeps me and others like me away from the public and the algorithm regularly, because it doesn't want them to wake up and stop getting pimped and hoed on. So that means we're powerful, we're effective. All right, a couple more here, and I think I'm going to get the hell out of here. We got Alex. Let's go, Alex. Why not? Alex Jones turned on MAGA now, right? Because, again, he's another con man. Whether he knows it or not, he's either a deceiver or he's been deceived, and therefore he's deceiving indirectly everyone else. But Alex Jones has finally turned on MAGA after everything. He never should have been with MAGA to begin with. I don't know why I and others weren't, who never voted, who never supported this, almost like we can see and know, predict where it's going. But Alex can't somehow, some way, even though he's one of the more important underground alternative media people, right? Who some might say the people were given as another false hero. He's another guy, goes to court, thinks codes are laws, hires attorneys to talk for him, completely fuck up the package, destroy everything, and then never come out with the truth, which would be labeled sovereign citizen conspiracy theory, right? What we're actually here to do to make change, on any level. While he gets drunk on air and holds up AK-47s and says, we're going to fight the globalists, we're going to go to war with the globalists. Well, folks might at some point. I wouldn't want to have to go to war with them. I'm going to avoid it at all costs if I can. And guess what? If we did the work now, we wouldn't have to, because they'd get the fuck back in line and get in check, right? And they wouldn't have a majority of willing dupes and participants to go along with the slavery and genocide. Why I'm one of the few, if not only, people talking the way I talk about what I talk about so frequently is kind of concerning and confusing to me. I can't be the only person or one of the few in media, right? Especially all these people who are funded, have all these research teams and all this real life experience. I can't be one of the only one or one of the only ones who can actually see what's going on here and even live and bring solutions and get some results and then encourage others to do the same. Wonder why we're not seeing more of that. No, we get more Andrew Wilsons. We get more Tucker Carlsons. We get more Fuenteses. We get more David Rodriguez's. We get more Chile de Castro's. Who Chile de Castro's on his way, right? He's on his way to that. He's further down the road than others, but he still stops short. He gets off at the exit. Can't find almost any one of these folks on here who's credible, who will speak the facts and take those facts and run the ball the whole way. Just one time, right? Cameron does, who was here earlier. Right? They say I never have anything good to say, you know? And oftentimes I say, well, there's not much good to speak about as far as what I'm seeing and experiencing from these folks. So, and we know why, right? It's just that life is so simple when you have common sense. It's so easy to understand what's going on, right? There's not more people like me and Cameron doing what we're doing because it takes a mind, heart, balls, and ability to speak and a willingness to potentially die or go to a box for what you believe in. See? So it makes perfect sense why we're not seeing more of that, because the majority of these folks just want to yap a bunch of bullshit, get paid, get endorsement deals, sell a bunch of products to stupid slaves, and then go off and live happily ever after, right? They fashion themselves mini pimps on the hose, right? They're not complete master wannabes, but they're light pimping, right? We'll show up. We actually believe what the hoes say, right? We're in the same boat as them because we're hoed out too, but we're just going to be the media arm for the hoes, right? We're gonna tell them all the right things, what sounds good, what feels good, but we're never actually going to make a change. Well, what good are you then? Just reporting on the downfall of society and civilization? Great. You're complicit. You're part of the reason it's happening. But I'm an asshole piece of shit when I point that out to everybody, right? They don't even understand. They're in inversion land. Your morale's supposed to go up when I point that out. You're supposed to say, yeah, Paulie boy, you're right. We're going to get with you and Cameron and others, and we're going to stop complying, and we're going to go to court, and we're going to get results, and we're going to do it like yesterday. Because if not, we're all fucked anyway, obviously. Right? No, they don't want to give up their comfortable positions in their job, and you know their beta female wife is going to tell them to stay safe and never go out on a limb and take a risk because she doesn't really love you and care about you. She doesn't respect you. She's not inspired by you. You're just her fucking bill payer. You're just her provider, just like her daddy was. That's how you know you ain't shit, and that's how you know your bitch ain't shit who's with you when she never inspires you to do and be and have better and stand for something as a man, even if it costs her something. That's true love. That's true care. That's truly an inspiring relationship. Most people don't have that. They tell you, shut up, get back in the garage, get ready for work tomorrow. If you're lucky, they'll make your sandwich, send you off to get pimped on, right? And don't get out of line and get out of the box, right? Maybe I'll give you some pussy if you still want it at this point. After a certain point, they're like, I'm getting a little too crude and rude here, you know? That's how you know I'm starting to feel a little bit more like me, is I give less and less of a fuck about how people receive me, and I'm just going to talk straight to the facts and what I experience. So yeah, shout out to, I've taken a step back, so I'm not even going to shout out me, right? I'm not going to big up me or even try to give credit to myself. I've taken largely a step back over the past year, 2 years. But shout out to Cameron and the few others in these venues who are actually standing on something, willing to die or go to a box for what they believe, put their ass on the line, really bring some fucking results, not only for themselves, but for others, and pretty much do it all gratis on the house, right? You don't charge for anything. Because again, we didn't come here to make a boatload of money. And quite frankly, if you actually change yourself and change others in the world, you should get a boatload of money because that's rare. And with rarity comes value. Okay? So shout out to the real ones and the rare ones who are doing what's true and what's right, not because it's profitable, because it's true and it's right, and seeing some blessings and rewards for that, right? More is to come, I suspect. With that said, I want to thank a few people, because why not? Lou Best Stone, of course, writes, check your email, a compilation. Okay, we did that, Lewis. As you know, you were here. I got a J.D. I'm not going to say his last name because a lot of people don't like that, but it's J-A-Y, and then the last family name, we'll say, initial is D, for have a good day, unslaved. Thank you, Jay. You as well. Julian Barbary writes, for thanks and blessings, Paul. You as well, of course. And Jimmy Shively, of course. And Unslavian through and through writes, for appreciate you and all you do, sir. Thank you. Likewise, Mr. Shively. All right. Back to the drawing board here. I mean, YouTube doesn't pay. No, it does. At one point, I was in for a minimum of 4K, right? 2 on the lowest end, but it was pretty much a minimum of 3 to 4K a month, and it could range upward, depending on whatever was going on, right? But again, I had to give that up to do what I do. So if you wonder why I'm so animated here at times, here, I'll let you look at me when I say this. If you wonder why I'm so fucking animated at times and what comes off as bitter and resentful of the people around here, I had to give up essentially a full-time job for someone like me who doesn't have a degree, right? Doing what's true and what's right, what I love to do, that brings more value to these people, some of them, than the majority of other dunces on here, right? In actual fact, day to day on the ground. Because to me, going to court, getting a dismissal and stuff like that, that's as powerful and valuable as it gets in my world, where I come from, in the world that, I see around me. But again, maybe people don't always resonate with that. But again, if you wonder why I come on and at times I get as passionate as I do, is because it still kind of irks me. And I have to then remember, let go, be thankful, grateful, understand whatever God has planned for you is meant to be. And whatever's not here is obviously not part of that, right? But again, as a fleshly being at times, yeah, it irks me when I see a bunch of liars and frauds and deceivers around here getting more numbers and money and not doing the right thing, and knowing I had to give that up to do the right thing. But then I have to remind myself, Paulie boy, there's nothing to be angry about. What you just said means that you're blessed. We go biblically by prophecy and scripture. The last shall be first, the first shall be last. What you just said is not a detriment. That means you're blessed. That means that God has been and already fashioning a kingdom and a future for you, because it knows it can use you, right? It's going to start to invest and seed into someone or something it knows it can use. And I've been seeing that for years. I can't deny that, right? So yeah, it's no excuse. I'm just giving you some insight into why I am the way I am, I suppose. Not necessarily, like I said, an excuse or not. But yeah, as a man, as a flesh, sometimes it feels like I had to give up and do without, right? And that what was meant for me, I'm not going to get to experience, because when you do certain things here, you make an enemy out of certain people and they have more control. So it would seem, right? But then again, we have to remind ourselves of the hidden, unseen hand of creation, how it outranks every other person, place, or thing here, and it will use those who are meant to be used, and it will reward those who are credible, right? Or accredited. All right, let's go a couple more. I think we're going to get out of here. Questions, comments, concerns? Well, I'm going to be pushing hard lately for like, share, subscribe, restream. I know I talk shit about others who do that, but I'm pushing hard for that now to remind people, because when you do remind people, they do, believe it or not, forget, and they're reminded. And again, I'm doing that because it's obvious we're gonna do another round of, and again, this is probably for my own good, because I need to once again get back on the horse with suing people. If I'm not gonna do defensive side, getting dismissals, the other side is I got to sue somebody and it's got to stick. That doesn't mean I'm looking to ambulance chase by any means, but if you do me wrong, I got to take the opportunity now to pay for lawsuits and do what I need to do, some more research, put some stuff into play, and make it happen so that I could give it away to everybody else, because it's just not right. It's not right. And again, I have other people on here who forget about me. There's other people on here, I'm not going to name them. They got 250,000 subscribers. They can't pull more than 150 live viewers, and they can't pull more than 2.5 thousand after the fact. And it's not because they suck. If they sucked, I would just, you know me, I'll keep it real. They suck. They're boring. They're not like everyone else. They're not generating the interest. That's not what this is. Okay, so it's not right. It needs to stop. And the only way it's going to stop is if we tap their pockets, right? They're going to have to pay us for interfering with our content creation and indirectly value generation, right? Whether it's monetarily or spiritually. Basically, whether they pay everyone or not, they're going to have to stop doing what they're doing going forward. That's where this all goes as far as that road. I'm going to have to get together either in spirit or actually get together with other content creators on here and stop these folks from the blocking of sharing of information, right? It's unlawful. And yeah, they're definitely doing it because they're going to do another spin cycle, wash, rinse, repeat. I got somebody else here I got to thank. We did the BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street collectively owns 88% of the S&P 500, proving in one factoid, if you want to call it that, that all the markets, stock markets, and the reporting on it is rigged. Okay. We did that. Right. We never did Alex. That's where we were at. Alex Jones completely turned.
And that we need to be sad about Trump. This is not funny.
Oh, yeah. He's going to do the crying act again. Every time he does this, he does the crying bit. I want to do 1.25 speed so I don't get hit with copyright. Let's be a bit crafty here. Cue Alex Jones's fake ass crying because his daddy, turns out, is a billionaire, central banker cuck, Epstein Island going vacationer who's not actually for the people. Who could have seen that coming?
This is not good, but he's gone. And that's it. I'm pinching myself that this is even real, okay? This is beyond cuckoo town. Is this a dream right now? I mean, seriously, I'm like, this is the first time in my life I feel crazy. "25th Amendment is ass." The Democrats, they're so dangerous. Oh my God, help us. Oh boy. I am beyond freaked out right now. Hands down, in my 32 years on air, nothing has ever even come close to how much danger we're in and the insanity of what's unfolding and the nightmare that Trump has become. I am in the twilight zone right now. I am officially in the twilight zone right now. And I'm sitting there watching Trump wreck MAGA, wreck the Republicans, wreck the world economy, maybe wreck the planet physically.
All right, so Alex Jones has finally completely turned on Trump and MAGA, which is not a good sign for them because Alex was trying to hold out hope as long as possible. Like, he gave Trump the benefit of the doubt so many times, and he even stuck with him through all the Epstein files fallout and was helping the administration do propaganda and damage control over it. And he was completely embarrassing himself for them. Like, they even sent him a script to post at one point, and he started attacking Thomas Massie, who was trying to get the files released. So it looked like he was all in on Trump, but now I think he's finally given up, which is about time. But of course, now MAG is attacking him for it, and they're calling him a sellout, but people are already calling him a sellout for defending Trump. So people are going to be upset with him no matter what, but he was looking for any way to defend and continue to support Trump. So the fact that the administration lost control over Alex Jones shows how bad things are. Like, Alex is really going after Trump now. Alex says he needs to be impeached or removed, and he thinks Trump has serious health issues like dementia and heart failure.
With early dementia, it's like a light bulb that's about to go out. Remember old incandescent ones where they would get brighter and they kind of start going in and out for a day or so and then just be gone. Sometimes they'll like pop at the end. So Trump will blaze bright and say something really true and smart, and then he'll get dim, and then he'll kind of buzz and flash and crackle. And that's why you'll have 5-6 times a day. I mean, oh, we won. It's over. No, it's going to go on forever. Total destruction. I'll never let him have the straight. Yes, we're giving up.
This is literally what it looks like if you're in an abusive relationship with a wannabe pimp, right? It's like every so often they say something loving and caring and makes you buy into the relationship again, and then you go and get pimped on and abused again. Are you that much of a broken hoe? That's what con men do. Every so often they drop some bullshit on you to keep you invested in the con, and you keep buying it. Absolutely bizarre. Like, you can't just meet people and feel their energy and tell what they are on some level. That's the ability. Sensibility is what they used to call it. It's right in the word. Sensibilities. Seems on the whole, folks have lost that. The sense ability to just get in a room with someone or look at them and listen to them and know this person is a lying, deceiving scumbag who's telling me what I want to hear so they can fuck me on the back end. A lot of you women out there might want to cultivate that sensibility, right? When we're doing courting. So, again, it'd be even one thing if the women out there, right? Like, because I simp a little bit. I go, okay, the women out there might do this. They may fuck loser, low-life bozos over and over again and wind up being ashamed about it, right? But something about the men doing it, like metaphorically, it's embarrassing to me and pathetic. You almost expect this, like a womanly trait, right? Like we're physically the weaker sex. We have to like almost attach to or find someone to co-create and secure our existence. Like, you know, as a man, I don't understand this impulse to be so fragile and weak and need to be a part of some group that you don't respect, that you buy somebody's con man pimp game lies, even though energetically you can tell that they're a con man wannabe pimp. I mean, this is a guy who's literally dealing with hoes in his life. We love Stormy Daniels and all the rest of them. He's literally involved in pimping and hoeing, and you can't look at it and just feel it and know it for what it is, right? See, that's a godlike quality that we need to cultivate in this realm more and more. God doesn't need to have 10 years of experience to look at a motherfucker, listen to what they say, feel its energy, and then bring a judgment based on discernment. And then you have the antithesis of godly consciousness, complete sheep slavery, hoe consciousness. But he said he was going to love us on Monday, and Sunday comes around and he keeps beating on us and lying to us. Yeah. Get a clue.
Up the straight. I'm getting out of NATO. We're staying in NATO. And when you know people in early dementia, that is exactly what they do. Folks, when you got ankles that big, you got congestive heart failure. Okay.
Now it's dementia.
And they attack me like, oh, you're just criticizing our dear leader. No, I'm not. I was the first guy years before he stole the election to say Biden had a serious cognitive decline. He already had, but he was like, he went down overnight. And I said, he had a stroke or something. So we got a big, big problem. When your ankles swell up 3 times the size they were before, that means heart failure. And he does look sick. And he does babble and, you know, sound like the brain's not doing too hot. And so we just cut bait on Trump and we just mobilize against the Democrats. And we mobilize against neocons. We primary them. That's what I said. We started getting off course 8 months ago. It's getting bad. It's getting bad. It's like, you know, if 12 o'clock's good and he's up here, you know, close to it, now he's to 6 is the worst. That's spinning fast, folks.
So MAGA was pissed at Alex for saying that, but he really upset
Or it was
them
just
the other
always
day
that way?
when Alex had his lawyer on. And
This is why Alex is a direct or indirect agent. He's now blaming Trump's lies and twist on his health and dementia. Or Trump and all these politicians have always been involved in political science and doing mind and heart control for profit. But we're not allowed to just say that for some weird reason. We're not allowed to say it. Even the most crazy conspiracy theorists among us aren't allowed to just fucking say what it looks like. So now they're covering up, right? It's honey, it's not what it looks like, right? No, it's exactly what it looks like. Oh, they're fucking and eating children again and selling them as sex dolls, right? Oh, it's the dementia. It's some of them, but it's not all of them. No, based on the psychological profile, it's most likely most of them, if not all of them, because those are the type of people who do those things. People who seek untold power and riches at the expense of what's true and what's right. Remember, I brought this up before? Like, there's what I do here, seeking what's true and what's right to honor myself at the expense of riches and attention. Even though I could do what these folks do as well, if not better than them. I don't need the damn prompter if I was going to do it, right? And there's the alternative sort of modality. Those who will, and again, this all goes back to sacrifice. I talked to Nico about this yesterday, that everything in this realm is about sacrifice, right? You either sacrifice the money and some of your enjoyment here to do what's true and what's right, or you get sacrificed because you've ignored what's true and what's right to live the lie, right? So, yeah, see, now I got off on that and I forgot I always do that because it's an idea that I think I've put forth before that I've been sitting with more recently, and I've been going deeper with it, but, yeah, I got off track, but the bottom line, the point is, for whatever reason, we just can't like accept and then repeat to ourselves that it's obvious that those who give up what's true and what's right have sacrificed that cremation of care style for the attention, for the power, for the money, are most likely going to be some of the most psychopathic, sociopathic people you're going to meet. And fucking and eating children is not off the table, right? Along with blowing up whole nations and whatever the fuck else we're into, right? It's not far from off the table. As a matter of fact, we kind of get off on it. See, that's the thing about those personality types. More power and money doesn't satiate them. It emboldens them. See? The average person would think, well, they want money and power. They're seeking that. They got all that. They always say, why would they do that? They have all the money and power. Right. Because it was about that, but it's never really about that, right? Because beyond that is it wants everything. It wants your soul. It wants to be the giver and taker of life is what it really is, right? It wants to be God. See? It's that Luciferian spirit again. You know? So, of course, the people who want to do life better than God created it to be, using thousands of policies and codes, and are willing to give up anything and everything to seek power and glory and riches, of course they're going to be willing to commit untold acts of evil because they've sacrificed their conscience for worldly power to supposedly make worldly change. And they've attempted to overwrite the God of creation in the process and become that in order to do it, right? That is pure Luciferian archetypal spirit. I'm supposed to be shocked and appalled with a U that these people are doing what's alleged in the Epstein file. I didn't need the Epstein files to deduce using sociology, criminology, and spirituality what is most likely true, right? That's how I and others got the label of conspiracy theorists from the beginning. Everything they're now admitting, we were sitting at the dinner table a decade ago saying, you know what? Call me crazy, and I know you will, and try to put me on drugs. But I get this vibe that all your politicians are like not who they say they are. And not only are they lying, they're actually doing some pretty wicked things. And you're funding it. And they'd say, shut up, Paulie boy. We're trying to fake like and love and respect each other because it's Christmas. We're going to trade a bunch of Chinese electronics and pretend like everything's prosperous and happy, even though we've completely sold everything out, including our souls, right? Shut up, Paulie boy. We're going to have to outcast you and put you on drugs again and bring you to mental facilities because you're saying crazy shit like politicians might just be con men and they might be sociopathic and psychopathic and they might be breeding an earth farm here. And your children just might be what satiates them or lack thereof, right? Whether it's physical hunger or sexual hunger. Literally how much of a fool I am. I'm trying to talk to the people who are sending me to the institution to be institutionalized and potentially raped by these people. And again, they say, well, the average teacher, no, I know, don't give me that. I don't presume that. The average teacher at the school gets up every day to collect a check to lie to their kids and knows it. And I'm not supposed to think they might be evil too. It might be another reflection of the same thing we're talking about here. Right. And you wonder how so many people get so much protection all along the way, all along the line of the chain of title and the line of power. Well, because the secret is many of them on the lowest and highest levels are all bonded with each other. They all identify with each other and what they do because they're all in on it, directly or indirectly. That's the spirit that inhabits them. Well, we better shut up and not point that out, or else things are going to get bad for us. We're going to lose our pretty and nice things. We're going to lose our status and entitlement out here trying to do what's true and what's right. Yeah, it's called conscionable and Christed versus disempowered and deceived, right? Or willingly giving yourself over to the deception spiritually.
They started freaking out about how Trump is going to nuke Iran and it's going to be the end of the world because Trump made a post saying a whole civilization is going to die tonight. So Alex and his lawyer basically said a coup against Trump needed to happen. And the MAGA sycophants started freaking out. They're like, Alex is being too dramatic. He needs to calm down, which is comical considering they had nothing to say about the president threatening to wipe out a whole civilization. You know, they're more concerned about what Alex Jones is saying here. So these people must be desperate and they know how bad it looks. I mean, Alex just a few months ago was literally getting talking points from the administration. So if he's worried, it looks bad. But also, I'm sure people would probably say Alex is like apocalypse, doomsday, grifting. But I mean, a lot of people seem pretty concerned, and Trump and MAGA do a terrible job of reassuring them. Like they only make things look worse, you know, because it's hard to be like, Alex is too dramatic after Trump just threatened to nuke Iran. Even if it's just a negotiation tactic, it's still insane rhetoric. And the fact that so many Trump supporters have been the most vocal ones against how this war is being handled should be a wake-up call. But of course, they're all just labeled panicans by MAGA. I mean, at this point, the only people left, I don't think would ever leave. You know, they could be in a car with Trump and see him steering it towards a cliff, and they'd just be saying, trust the plan to each other. and would call people panicans for jumping out. I mean, that's basically all they do now is just say people are too worried and they need to trust the plan. And everyone is always supposed to assume Trump is doing some 8D chess move, which Alex spent enough time assuming that, he'd come up with so many ways to defend Trump being in the Epstein file.
They're so stupid and duped out and mocked and humiliated. They don't understand the 8D chess is them believing in a conspiracy theory while they used to call us conspiracy theorists for telling the same truth they're repeating now, but twisting because their masters don't want them to know and repeat the whole truth. How comedically, hypocritically ironic, as always. That's the 8D chess move, convincing you to trust a plan of people who are actively bringing in the New World Order while telling you they're part of a secret society who's actually doing the good. When just 5 to 10 years ago, secret societies didn't exist, and if you believed in them, you were a crazy conspiratard. Now they're pushed in the mainstream to deceive you. See? Proving, by the way, that we've been powerful and effective, because now they have to come out in the open and admit what the truth has always been that we got called crazy for, but then lie with it and about it to try to continue to dupe and deceive the slaves. See, it's always that process of revealing the Luciferian deception and then bringing the truth, and then them taking that truth, twisting it again, corrupting it, and selling you back 90% of the truth with 10% lie, right? Because the greatest lie is the one closest to truth. It's the most sellable, So, yeah, fascinating. Spirituality.
But now finally, Alex was hit in the face with the reality of things, and he's like disoriented by it. I mean, he said this is the first time in his life he's ever felt crazy. So apparently Donald Trump is the only person that has ever made Alex Jones feel crazy. I mean, it looks like Alex is having an existential crisis here. And just a few months ago, he was one of the plan trusters. But now it seems like he thinks Trump could lead us to Armageddon.
And the president has lost his mind. I mean, literally, what we should do is have Vice President Vance tackle him, take him to the basement of the White House, that new bunker they're building under the ballroom. Why is everybody building bunkers, by the way? I mean,
why is the cabinet living on military bases? Because they know it's coming.
Exactly.
Right.
Tackle Trump, put him in the basement, let him watch nonstop videos of how great he is, and then Vance, get us the hell out of this. Because this is on the verge of being World War III and a disaster we will not be able to recover from for a generation.
Great point. I have to take his opportunity now to segue and then circle back. JD Vance is going to save us? You mean we could get into the Erica Kirk TP Toilet Paper USA debacle and all the rest of it. I mean, just layers and layers of ridiculousness. But JD Vance, isn't he the guy who all of a sudden said we all need to be sovereign citizens if America's going to be great again? Something along those lines. Let's play the clip. Interesting thing to say after saying that sovereign citizenry was the problem here. Now co-opting it and saying we all have to become that. Okay, great. Where are we going to start? Let's start by featuring my channel on YouTube instead of shadow banning it. We can talk to everybody how to correct the record about their status and standing and how to live as free Americans under God with the rule of law, not the rule of code, statute, and policy. I'm down. I've been down. Maybe they're finally getting it. Here we go. Let's get a little pimped. Maybe they're finally getting it. Maybe they are actually going to repent from their wicked ways. Maybe they are actually going to tell the people the truth to some extent once and for all. Maybe they are going to inspire and encourage their people to do the right thing and to be reflections of God and what made this nation great and the world great, quite frankly. Just maybe. We're on to it, though, all of a sudden, right? And I'm waiting for some of you magatards and leftists to call in and tell me how I'm crazy or that this is an AI video, right? Do the research yourself. If it is, I'll cop to it. They tell me it's real, and I did the research to fact check it. Can you explain to me how I was 10 years out ahead of my time, and that it turns out everything they tried to demonize is the answer to all this on every level? And that now even your fake-ass politicians are seemingly being forced to have to come out in the open and admit it? And then whether they do it or not, it's going to be a different story. Because again, what do they always do? Come out ahead of it, admit it, then twist it. See? They got to get you continuing to give them your time, energy, attention instead of yourself, the law, what's right, God, all your time, energy, attention, right?
This is
Nope, that's not the right one. I need JD Vance, sovereign citizen. Where is it? Got it here somewhere. There it is. Old JD in the clutch.
American policy over the next 10 years is how to ensure that you are a sovereign citizen, and you cannot be a sovereign citizen if any private corporation or any government can steal something from you that belongs to you. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. For American policy over the next 10 years is how to ensure that you are a sovereign citizen. And you cannot be a sovereign citizen if any private corporation or any government can steal something from you that belongs to you.
What?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Wait, what? It's weird because J.D. Vance is starting to sound a lot like Paul Enslaved, better late than never, which almost kind of precludes the need to even elect J.D. Vance, as I've been saying all along, because the best thing that these morons can do is get up there in a goofy suit you paid for and tell you what you should already know and encourage you to live how you should already be living. Yup, that's it. They literally cannot do anything else for you people. So get a fucking clue. So YouTube, Google, whoever, are we going to start featuring Pauly Boy instead of all the other loser, failure, wannabe tyrants and corruptors, redcoats? Are we going to start featuring me instead of Andrew Wilson and the likes? All the statists, fascist, collectivist, corporatist scum? There's your politician. Straight from the conservative Republican Party. There's my endorsement indirectly. JD now says the biggest thing we all need to figure out how to do over the next 10 years is become sovereign citizens. Now, I don't agree with that term, but that's their term for people like me. And he's now saying, we're the best of a bad lot. Who could have seen that? Right? So this shit has always been right here. The truth has not changed. The only thing that might change is the perspective here and there when you finally get a fucking clue. Right? So it's not me saying it. It's not all the rest of us sovereign citizen conspiratards saying it. It's your people you're paying for, supporting, and voting for saying they don't have shit. And the best thing you got is Pauly Boy in a trailer. I know. Shocking. Shocking, isn't it, Mr. Bond? Cue the vat of eels, right? We're now dropping the nation into a vat of eels. Cut over to Pauly Boy. Shocking, isn't it, Mr. Bond? What we're involved in here. Yeah. Maybe I wasn't the bad man after all. Maybe Pauly Boy and others weren't the conspiratards after all. Maybe there's actually a conspiracy afoot here that we need to look at. Maybe it starts and ends with us. You know, you can conspire to do good shit here too, by the way. It can be a conspiracy. You can conspire to get together to do something called fucking community, right? Go create a way out of this. Directly on the ground, individually, one day at a time. Imagine that. Where are we at here? Right, we did the JD Vance. I talked to you guys already. We did that already. So again, you folks can say, because I don't have to say it's me, it's I am that am. And I am that am is not relegated to this vessel, right? It's a force, it's an energy, it's an idea, it's an idea whose time has come, right? So it's already happening, it's already underway. All I have to do is point to these clips so you can see the reflection of I am that am and how this truth is always going to come to light. You can't keep a good man down, and you can't keep the truth that is mysterious to most, but great, down and out of our reality, right? It will surface and show itself at some point. Okay? The deceptions, the lies, the disempowerment can only go on for so long. So where everything is perfect in its imperfection, everything is moving, whether you know it or not, it would seem to me, we're right on time, right? In so many ways. Okay, we did the UAE. We're really chugging along today. We're making some headway here on this. Okay, we'll finish Alex because I never got back to him, and I didn't necessarily want this other kid's commentary, but whatever. I'm not going to go find the original clip, so we'll deal with it.
I mean, both of us have been warning about various risks. Neither one of us, outside of the COVID pandemic, warned that this kind of disaster could happen. We were dead on accurate.
And this is worse exponentially, so stay there.
Worse.
But we're going to break it on. Let me just ask you this. I was about to say, how do we 25th Amendment his ass?
The problem is to get the 25th Amendment is harder than impeachment. You have to get 2/3 of the House and 2/3 of the Senate.
So what do we do?
Tackle Trump and let him pretend he's president and publicly report that he's going through a health issue and Vance take over. It literally needs to be something like that. It's that bad.
I've known you a long time. You've never called for an internal coup before.
ever. That's how dangerous this is. That's how risky it is. And what we need is people like Vice President Vance and others to step up. Haig's death is a nightmare. The guy thinks he's really bringing Jesus back. He's waiting for the third temple to be established at the end of this. He wants the apocalypse to happen.
Incredible.
We should not have a Secretary of War who wants the apocalypse to happen. That is not a good thing. The guy has completely fallen off the neocon wagon, and he's drinking like a madman, doing a full-scale 24-hour binge of neocon insanity mixed with Christian Zionism.
And you also see Lindsey Graham with bubble wands, stalking children at Disney World. Noam's husband with giant fake tits. You've got Graham drunk this weekend, stumbling around the street. I mean, this is insanity.
You have a dystopian nightmare living out in like every sci-fi novel that has always started out with. He's just lost it. We just have to be honest. He's lost it. And we've got to take corrective remedial action. Somebody's got to do something before the whole world burns, because otherwise that's the risk that might
He's like a crazy jumper
night.
on the Brooklyn Bridge, taking us with him.
And Alex has sources in the government. You know, I'm sure they're trying to get him in line, but I guess they're running out of bullshit to feed him. And their messaging is all over the place. It doesn't make any sense. You know, you really got to be shameless to be running PR for them at this point. I mean, they're just making up whatever they can. And Alex is like, I can't buy into this anymore. And I think he even said his sources seem to be worried. I mean, obviously, they didn't have a good explanation to give Alex for the war. And to see him going after Trump this hard is pretty wild. He doesn't seem to be holding back anymore. And he keeps calling Trump an evil supervillain.
I mean, he came out last week and said, we're not going to help Medicare or Medicaid or any of this. We're a war economy. The opposite. I mean, that just handed them the midterms. And some libertarians go, that's a good idea. Whatever. He promised the opposite. If you're going to do that, you sure as hell don't say it. Good God, he's committing seppuku. If you don't know Japanese, that means political suicide. And just from the public relations standpoint, you don't want your president sounding like a Marvel comic supervillain who's in some space station with destructo beams saying, give me control of your nations, or I will start vaporizing your capitals and then your entire country.
Can someone call in, please? Can someone who's like Alex Jones and the magatards, I've been waiting decades, I can't get one person to explain it to me. Can someone explain to me why we need a president to begin with? Anyone? It's like this glass ceiling on intelligence and spirituality. You don't want your president to be I'll stop you before it. Why do I need a president? For what? What are all the societal day-to-day communal functions that are going to not happen? Like, does anyone else remember government shutdowns for 30 days at a time? Literally nothing changed about everybody's life. Arguably, things got better because they stopped figuring out a way to lie to everybody and create problems to solve and get paid to do it. Fucking Groucho Marx knew this like 100-something years ago. He said something along the lines of being a politician is the art of finding or creating problems and then getting paid to not solve them or make them worse, right? It's never been any different. Why do we need politicos and a bourgeoisie class? Why do we need corporatism? Why do we need a corporation masquerading as a land and a government? We don't need that to have sheriffs and peacekeepers. We don't need that to keep the peace. We don't need that to self-govern. We don't even need that to separate people from society. I'm just really confused here. Can someone please help me out? And the only answer I can come up with is, well, because you're in an indoctrination camp cult where they want you to believe there's a glass ceiling there, where you never have an option to just say, hey, I don't think this whole corporation overseeing everybody on the land is working out. Since you guys aren't, I mean, I guess it could if somebody somewhere would use checks and balances and say, hey, feds, you're not going to do anything that overwrites the law of the land. Hey, oh, someone's calling. Thank God. Thank God. 818, are you my savior? Are you here to finally give me some clarity here?
Please, I want to say something, Mr. Flavius. It's Zohar.
Zohar, right. Yeah, I knew I recognized you. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, please. I want to say, I don't know what to do. Same shit like here from Russia. Everything's communist, fascism. I don't know what to do. Where do I go?
Have you tried voting more? I don't know either. They just keep telling me. I mean, I think I know. I know what I've experienced, but I also only know what they tell me. So have you tried like paying more taxes to the same people who are slaving you and fucking and eating your children? Have you tried like voting more or something?
You mean I have to get second job? Shit.
Well, yeah. Listen, what are you, some kind of lazy piece of shit who doesn't want to contribute to society and pay their way? You get
That's
out
why I
there,
came
you
to
work a
America.
second and third job so you can pay for this corporation to sit around and figure out how to make our lives safer and better. The hell
But I
is
have
wrong
to do
with
like
you?
every other American. I have to do like every other American. Okay.
Right.
Oh my.
See, you are the problem. People who want
Oh.
answers to this and get out of this, who claim they want freedom, you're the fucking problem. Instead of just really going all the way in. Ask not what you could do for your country. Wait, no. Ask what you can do for your corporation. There it is. I knew there was
Just
a
work
campaign
more.
slogan. Right. Go to your local place where they are in costumes and suits and they like push papers around and give orders and say it's service. Go there and ask them what more you could do for the corporation. Can you vote more? Can you pay more somewhere? Can you maybe give over your will that God gave you to comply so we can feed this beast and make everybody safer, okay?
Unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. How many of you selfish, supposedly conservative, Republican wannabes out here talking rights and freedoms and the giving up of all these services, benefits, privileges, and corporations, right? How dare you?
Unbelievable. So I don't know what to do.
See, even that confused you. You're easily confused, Zohar. We got, you know what it is? This is good in a way. Yes, please. This is good in a way, okay? The more confused you are, the less likely you're going to figure out how to do anything correctly and based in truth, and better we can manage you, right? Zohar, I'm going to have someone contact you. Leave your information with me in the back. I'm going to have one of my agentors, my representatives, contact you. We're going to get right on this. I'm going to assign you a caseworker. Yeah.
I'll get my comrades too. No problem.
Because you're saying you don't even want to work anyway, right? You're trying to figure out a way.
I want it like every other American wants. Do nothing, have nothing, and be happy.
Okay, well then that's different, right? Don't get a second or a third job, not even to support your federal corporation and your statewide corporation. Stop working immediately, blame someone else, do absolutely nothing to change anything, and fill out the paperwork in order for we to redistribute some of this wealth we call tax money to you in various entitlement programs like SNAP benefits and other things. You know, we might be able to even get you a free pass to the zoo. I was talking with someone yesterday about, well, that's a whole other thing.
Okay, I'll leave my information. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, sir. See, we're doing the great work out here. There's no denying it, okay? That person's immediately going to get a caseworker. They're going to stop working immediately. They're not going to create anything anymore. It just frees up the obligations, the burden, the responsibility, and they're going to live exclusively off the state as a metaphysical principle. And physically, that's going to happen because we're going to tax the shit out of the rest of whatever you slaves create, and we're going to redistribute it to Zohar. Praise fucking God. I feel the spirit here today. You know, oh, we got another call. 267, are you there?
Hey, how you doing, Paul?
How are you, sir?
Hey, man, good.
Do you need a caseworker?
A public pretender?
No, caseworker. I want to get you either extremely prosperous in the way that we see it or very safe.
Well, I think we're like a chain is only as strong as its weakest link.
Right. Are you one of the weakest links? Because that's who we work best with here.
Actually, yeah, I think I am.
Are you full of fear? Do you lack faith completely? Would you turn everything that you are and what you would be over to me and our agents in order to make your life better? If you've answered yes to any or all these questions, sir, you are part of the team now. You are a valued customer.
That's funny because my army's seeking exactly those type of people to battle.
And we're here for, wait, they want to battle them?
Yeah, of course. We're suffering from their complicity, right?
This isn't going to go well. This is going to be a long call. Okay, sir, what do you have? Are you one of these conspiratorial, sovereign citizens? I want rights and freedoms type people. You probably smoke weed too. You know?
I'm here to proclaim anyone calling himself a USA under arrest, not according to my law, but according to their laws and according to their grammar. The line, governments derive their authority from the consent of the governed, is always, Paul, and I'm telling you, everyone will misread it to construe it to mean a portion of the governed. And I'll tell you what.
That's fine. I'm going to stop you. Please support the state of Israel and all the work that we're doing there. I don't know what this guy's talking about. He's coming up with some kind of pseudo legal theories. He's obviously, sir, you're not an attorney, are you? You're not licensed to practice, are you?
What's the attorney?
I didn't think so. Okay, this is more proof of how these people just come here. They got Dunning-Kruger. They just say stuff. Again, please support the state of Israel, our new hantavirus rat blood vaccine program, and many other. Go ahead, sir. Continue. Although I'm sure the audience is checked out by now. They've obviously can tell that you're some kind of
basic grammar. If we don't have grammar, we don't have any type of law. Good law is codified. At the same time, the poet needs to speak figuratively. We could have both, and we did. There's such thing as grammar, and when you read that line and a bunch of others, due process is read as a verb. The word due is an adjective that modifies process into a noun. You cannot receive partial noun. They can't take away your life or liberty, according to them, not me, until they have completed due process, not being in the process. Being in the process is not receiving due process.
Right. Being processed is not receiving due process, right?
But that's how it's read as a verb. It's a noun. Right.
No, I agree with you. Obviously, we were doing the kind of the bit where I had to play the statist, devil's advocate.
I learned it from you. Hey, tell him, Paul. I learned it from you. That's the gig is up.
Are you saying Paul Enslaved made you do it? It's part of my new album.
Not made me, enlightened me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well.
Anyway, Paul, man, keep it up, brother. Thanks, brother.
Thank you, sir. This might be a perfect time to segue and premiere one of my new auto-tune songs that I'm writing that may or may not sound at all like me. And it says
featuring. As long as you give me some credit.
You'd love for me to give you some credit? You're cutting in and out. What's going on there?
Yeah, but I need the song credits, right?
Oh.
So we get the song credits.
Okay, so let's go. This is a perfect time for Paul Enslaved featuring Dirk and Vaughn, Not My Authority, right? How about that? A little bit of Not My Authority. We'll take some times along these broadcasts to premiere my new, as the man called it, what did he call it? Nigger music. Or wigger music is what they're calling it now. Right. So these are the people who support me in my life, right? I'm into it, not everybody's into it. So if you perceive this as nigger/wigger music, I guess just tune out, right? But
Paul, let me take this chance real quick to say the black man is proof that this system never was working and never could work, and it's sitting in front of our face, and when we ignore it, we ignore, the slavery we're in right now.
Right.
As a general rule, I think. Anyway, Paul, man, good luck, brother.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Paul.
I don't even remember which parts of these songs I'm in, and it's hard for me to even. I have to hear them back and then go, okay, that's me mixed in with something else, or auto-tune to sound completely different, which, some folks around me have told me, well, what's the point? It's you, but it's not really you. So like, can we hear? And I'm like, okay. So going forward, I guess we'll do more of me. Like completely me instead of auto-tuned, altered, filtered, whatever. But this, yeah, I'm losing track of my own songs now, but Not My Authority is what I'm going with here.
Paul Enslaved made me do it.
Hey? Enslaved made me do it.
To the man who rules over you.
Tell the man.
To the man, to the man.
Tell the man who rules over you, take his hands off of you. Codes aren't laws, climb out of the coffin. Food, the government can't save you, no matter what the state said. Don't let them vaccinate you, the truth is out there brainless.
Somebody tell these people, they're not my authority. The devil is a lie, believed by the majority. Stop giving up your rights, or your ass is gonna be sorry. You know we told them guns, so watch your step closely.
Nothing over me but God, like it's supposed to be. Freedom isn't free, you gotta pay, like them groceries.
Somebody tell these people, they're not my authority.
They want your name on paper, want your fear in the line, want your hand in the machine while they sell you the lie. I don't bow to a badge, I don't kneel to the crowd. Keep my house in order and I say it out loud. If the walls start closing in, then I widen my stance. You can chain up the weak, but can't keep down a good man. Don't trade the birthright for a tiny little cage. I'm still here, unshaken. I won't never be your slave.
Somebody tell these people they're not my authority. The devil is a liar, believed by the majority. Stop giving up your rights or your ass is gonna be sorry. You know we told them guns, so watch your step closely. Nothing over me but God like it's supposed to be. Freedom isn't free, you gotta pay like some groceries.
Somebody tell these people that they're not your authority.
Pretty good for some Wigger music. It's pretty good, if I could say so myself. So yeah, there you have it. Not my authority. And of course, I posted the videos that I'm doing on my page. Doesn't seem like they're giving out notifications for it. Not getting much traction. Not featuring it. So whatever, or no one cares. No one's into my Wigger music. Whatever. I'm enjoying it. I have music now that I think sounds good. It's got a vibe. I would listen to it, and it's not all about, pimping and hoeing, shooting and killing, pushing fentanyl, and whatever else. So that's why the mixtape or album is called From Hell to Heaven. That's the theme we're playing off of there. We're taking that ghetto, low life, low level energy that's somewhat inspiring, right? Against all odds. And we're bringing that to rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. It is the merging to complementary dynamics. Similar worlds, though. Similar dynamics in worlds that cross over. Going from wrong with spirit to right with spirit, if that makes sense. You know what? I kind of want to do another one. Kind of put me in the mood. I may just premiere the whole catalog here today. Chase everyone out of here. All right, how about this? Paul and Slave featuring Pop Smoke going in for the win. One more, and then we'll cover where are we at on time. That's what I start to feel it now at this point. I got a sixth sense for this. Coming up in the third hour, maybe we'll go over by 10 or 15 minutes or so. Why the hell not? I got someone else I got to thank here too. Okay, I don't want to be unthankful and ungrateful. We did that too much in our life. Not a good look. Dace Jones writes for It's Gorilla Season. Anybody can get it. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Donis. I never know how to say that. Appreciate you. And of course, that's Ace in the chat. So, and if you got any requests, right? You want to hear more of me? Let's get back to me. Or you want to hear a remix of something? Who do you want to hear me on there with? Right? I'll write out I write out all the parts. Right? Obviously, Pop Smoke is not alive anymore. We can't get him to come in and do the verse, so I got to write his verse. But I enjoy that. I don't know, something about that is kind of fun and exciting to me. We're bringing these dead people back. We're writing verses for them, and it actually sounds like the people. So I think in this one you can hear some of me again, a bit more of me, and I'm also kind of mixed in or merged with the Pop Smoke creature. So I'm Paul Smoke in this one, if I remember correctly. But you are truly a creative genius and ranked number one as having the best gift of gab. The man's entitled to his opinion, I mean, that seems true, right? Like, and again, because I'm not believe it or not, I'm not my own best cheerleader at all. Ask the women who've dated me. There's another side to this god of all media. I'm very self-deprecating. There are some insecurities, right? I'm not as confident as I appear, So I'm far from my own best friend at times, or at least in my life, historically. And I'm not my biggest cheerleader. Typically, I don't like what I do, and I don't think I'm good at what I do. So when I am, I've kind of learned to go, you know what? Like, take a compliment, right? Or even compliment yourself, like, or just kind of acknowledge that it is what it is. So I've gotten more, they say I'm narcissistic and egotistical nowadays. I've just gotten more comfortable with acknowledging where I'm good at certain things and what my strengths are, and not letting everyone tell me that I'm a loser, failure in my life, and I'm never going to be shit. Right? So like, I tend to agree with you, but again, most people would say, well, it's you about you. Yeah, but you don't understand how I usually am with me. So I do agree with you. I think that I'm a decent yapper, And I think that I'm a decent rapper as well, all things considered, right? In comparison to whatever else is out there. I think there's definitely a position and a place for me above and beyond whatever has been shown so far, right? But hey, that's all remains to be seen. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. And ultimately, you know what it's going to take, me putting the time, energy, attention, and work in, which I need to do anyway. See, that's been the thing. I could be whatever that God gave me as far as gifts or talents. My issue and problem and everything in life is putting the time, energy, attention, and the work in and getting it done, right? You know, being the change. So I suspect that if I do that and I put myself into that, as a matter of fact, not suspect, I've been shown. I can't, see, don't discount your faults. The jug fills drop by drop. Don't discount where you have done well. The jug fills drop by drop. So the wise man is not moved by praise nor blame. It is what it is. So, I see where I may have some talent and abilities, and I see where I have to potentially do more and work more to be or get more, right? And that makes sense, because that's been one of the bigger themes in my life, right? Is accountability, responsibility, and an ethic. I think that's in a way why so many people are successful who may have less talent or ability or are on the wrong side of things, because they put the work in. Somebody who puts the time, energy, attention, and the work in, they will out compete somebody who has some talents, abilities, and gifts, right? And you could argue it's probably supposed to be that way. That's the, like there's folks in chat, right, who they could be inspired by me and respect me and what I do, but ultimately I'm inspired by them and I respect them because they get up every day and they do what they need to do for themselves and others, right? They put the work in decade after decade, right? You can't take that from somebody. And you could try to demean it and down and say, oh, you're just a sucker and a slave. And isn't no, I know I know what it takes. It's like that speech in the Bronx Tale when De Niro tells the kid, those guys across the street, they're the suckers. They get up every day wanting a quick fix, right? Wanting to run from themselves and what it takes to be a man. Try to get some big money quick, doing all the wrong things, right? The real man who's tough, he gets up every day. He battles the elements. He puts the work in time after time, consistently, right? He doesn't cut corners, doesn't lie to himself and others. So it's basically like you kind of start to see the difference between what we see as the tough guy, versus the guy who's really tough, who, if those gangsters across the street put the next 2 decades into working something, anything, they wouldn't have it in them, right? So there is something to be said for that kind of work ethic being admirable, right? Dedicating yourself to something and doing it every day like your life depends on it, because in a way it does, and really seeing something through, that's one of the themes in my life that I've definitely had to reflect on. Paulie, will you listen to a song from Adam Lawson right now? It's not copyrighted. Not really. I don't really want to. I guess I will if you think it's something that I need that I don't know I need. I will try to trust you, but I'm not feeling it. Again, I might be self-limiting. What we can listen to is Paul and Slave featuring Pop Smoke, Going In For The Win.
Paul and Slave did it again. Paul Enslaved did it again.
I know people who would die for what they believe in. People who just sit and cry and not achieve it. So I'm out of the loop, you're not on my mind. No one knows the truth, but it's okay, I feel just fine. Hey. I might die or go to jail, but I'm going in for the win while the haters will fail. I might die or go to jail, but I'm going in for the win while the haters will fail. Most people are scared of change. I can't tell you how many times I've heard people complain. So I'm out of the loop, I'm out of the line. No one knows the truth, but I feel just fine. Don't ask me what I'm doing. You're not on my mind. I got big plans with the vision. You're the blind, leading the blind. If I get stuck in the loop, I go out of my mind. I'm whipping up in the kitchen, rice, Asian. You slipping up in your pimping, nice, complacent. I'm in my own lane, zooming, racing. You fools are all lame, losing, slaving. Hey, if I die, or go to jail, keep going in for the win, while the haters will fail. Hey, if I die, or go to jail, keep going in for the win, while the haters will fail. Hey, if I die,
I'll go to jail, but I'm going in for the win, while the haters will fail.
Hey, if I die,
I'll go to jail, keep going in for the win,
while the haters just fail.
Paul Unslaved made me do it.
All right, a little bit of freedom music. I don't know if we're creating a whole genre here, but all right, you know what? I'm gonna go through the whole thing. Why not? I'm premiering the whole mixtape catalog here. We're pretty much at the end of this. We're not in the algorithm today anyway, and chased most of the regulars out of here. Pretty much only thing left are the ardent haters who are remaining quiet, and the folks who are going to support or contribute no matter what, it seems. God willing, I guess, provided that I do whatever I'm supposed to do here. So yeah, it's probably the best audience to share this with anyway, right? The algorithmic magatards and the leftists and all the rest, they're probably not. It's not going to be. They're not going to enjoy it as much. All right, we got more Wigger music. At some point, maybe I'll cross over genres, because I know the rap thing is not only not for everybody, it's probably not for most people. So, you know, Silver and Gold Tongue Gorilla has been known to cross over genres. I'm like a Post Malone of the Panelverse. There's a joke in there somewhere, but we'll leave it alone for now. Yeah, maybe we'll vote on it at some point. What genre should I cross over to AI, perform, and ghostwrite? Maybe, you know what? Because again, that's been a thing that I've had some fun with, right? Like I wrote and performed the song. It was a bit cringy, but whatever. That's what we do here. Daniel's song by Elton John, right? About the Epstein Island, traveling on a plane. Yeah, we can do a whole catalog of solid gold slave oldies. All your favorite hits from yesterday with all the slavery of today. You know? I think that might be one of my next steps here. Have some fun with that, create some content. I'll have it around if I want to play it and use it. Fuck with the slaves a little bit, have a good time with the regulars, then, you know, it'll be there. Why not? You got to do something in this life, right? Okay. No, you know what? You know what just came up to me? Because you got to do something in life. That led me to the segue for Rather Drill. That's going to be it. The 300 Paul Enslaved featuring OTF 300 Unslaved, in parentheses, Rather Drill, right? And the premise of this song is essentially, I'm telling the OTF members, hey guys, you're very powerful and very black, and you're shooting people and all that. And this is basically a callback to the conversations that I was having with certain gang members at the time back on New York, right? These are people who were involved in high-level drug distribution, and apparently hits for money is, you know, again, I'm not going to get into how I know that or whatever else. It was implied in a way. It was kind of, people believe that, let's just say. Some folks would say, and people believe that, but I have no actual proof of that. But yeah, I've had some interesting conversations with some interesting people, and basically for the longest time, I've had this spirit in me that's kind of called me to talk to people about how we apparently need to make a change, you know, and it was weird because these folks would resonate with it and they would get emotional, and, you know, I don't know. I lost touch with a lot of these folks over the years when I got away from the drugs and out of the scene. That was a lot of what it was predicated upon. You know, I was in these areas, mostly wanting to use drugs, I guess, to escape or to kill the pain or change my consciousness. But yeah, at a certain point, I kind of changed my number. I moved away. I stopped talking to pretty much everybody, and I changed pretty much everything about my life. But yeah, that's one of the inspirations for this mixtape, if you want to call it that. These songs is this idea of from hell to heaven, right? Conferencing with folks who I was involved with, that my heart was kind of trying to lead me and them to, I guess, do or create something different. I didn't realize that at the time, but that's what it was. And I found it also interesting how these folks respected me even more than other folks around them who might have been doing more when it comes to like what we see as tough and gangster or whatever. Almost like we all know intuitively or in our heart or subconsciously that we are involved in wrong here and it's not honorable and respectable. And even if we act like it is with our people, really there's no honor among thieves, right? And whatever else. So yeah, it's just some different paradox. But yeah, so 300 Unslaved, OTF, Rather Drill. I'll premiere all of them here in a row, I guess, as a mixtape compilation of sorts. And then we'll get the hell out of here.
Oh, Polly boy.
Oh, Polly boy. Damn, bitch, I'm gorilla from the east, ain't got a lamb truck. Only reason Buddy just got robbed, he set his man up. Worried when I'm loud, get worried when I'm saying nothing. The guys out here getting thirsty, they gon' wanna blam some.
Checking slaves if you ain't outside, don't be saying nothing. Fella keep on going back, he's already been a dozen.
Slavin' just jumped off the bench, we caught him and his ass got busted. They act like they wanna bang, but they ain't on nothing. I keep saying to them boys be cool and keep them guns up. It's hard for them to chill, they settle problems with a run up.
OTF unslaved, yeah, them gorillas go crazy. So for their rights, they crash out with no safety. Vengeance ain't ours, go to God, I told them chill. But lil' bro don't give a fuck, he'd rather go and do a drill.
Playing dumb, ain't out here doing none. 300 days in a row, get in the way and it's smoke. Got kinfolks claiming blood, got blood claiming low. I tell them put the flag down, let's take care of home. The wolves are hungry, gotta eat, so I'm going on my own. Since 2021, they say that P is putting on. But really, in my lane, it's true I've always been alone. Fight cases, I'm like fuck 12, I go to hell. Turn witness, I'm like fuck 12, I'd rather go to jail. Burning out ain't an option, go and see myself. They say how'd he get free if it was them?
They try to tell,
these slaves be kinda slow, they're moving on some snail. Ain't no evidence he got dismissed. Slaves like what the hell?
OTF unslaved, yeah, them gorillas go crazy. So for their rights, they crash out with no safety.
Vengeance ain't ours, go to God, I told them chill. But lil' bro don't give a fuck, he'd rather go and do a drill.
Oh, Polly boy.
Well, yeah, I mean, because that's kind of the attitude, right? It's like, you know, folks can even feel it in their heart. They'll cry in front of you if they're talking to you alone and say, you know, you got a point there. But when they get back to their people and their boys and the situation, it's back to the old ways, right? And just, you know, what folks know and what they know is what they're shown. So it's like, you know, you're almost addicted to that chaos, self-destruction, self-sabotage, right? That was like a lot of the conversations. I'd have folks in front of me who were gangbanging, crying, like smoking dust with me, talking about life, the world, politics, just all this shit and neighborhood stuff, and crying and being like, hey, you know, I just came up in this shit and I want to get out of it, but I don't know how. And then, you know, it's like almost like not even being equipped to have conversations and express yourself and experience the full range of emotions. Like all we know is build, destroy, right? There's really not much in between, you know, and you get in the way of build, it's destroy. So that's that whole idea of like, you know, vengeance isn't ours. Let's go to God and practice faith and, you know, focus on keeping ourselves centered. And they're like, fuck it. We got a different way of handling this shit, you know? And then of course we had shout out to Slave in there in somewhere in the verse. The Slavin got thrown off the bench after admitting he was a sovereign citizen all along. You can't make this shit up. Slavin was on the bench admitting he was a sovereign citizen all along, and then admitting that we were right the whole time. And then he's like getting investigated for ethics violations. And now it's just, you know, that's our version of drilling, right? On the internet. You know, we're not shooting at people. We're not doing loss, injury, and harm to anybody. We're touching them in a different way. See, that's where the real power and value is at, because then they can't claim that you're doing something that they can criminalize, really, you know? All right, what's our next one? Our next one on the list. So far we did Certified Girl. I also did a panel verse. Let's take a vote. One in the chat if you want to hear the panel verse song that I did about certain panel verse members. It's the Panel Hopper remix to Window Shopper. A lot of the folks here might not know some of the panelists from back when we used to interact, and I don't necessarily want to drag them into that world. I also don't want to stir up that world because you know they're watching. You guys aren't already voting twice, are you? See, this is why we can't ever do elections. There's no point. We got a handful of ones. Some of the folks who've been here from the beginning, they know the other characters around here, the insiders. We're no longer here, thank God. All right, maybe we'll do Panel Hopper, Window Shopper remix at some point. We did Certified Gorilla. We did Not My Authority, Going In for the Win, Rather Drill. And then we got Circus Slaves. Yeah, let's try Circus Slaves.
Where is I?
Where's your purpose? Why you ain't free? Living like you nervous. Come and roll with me. Let's be us some service. They ruled over like some clowns. I guess we at the circus. Slaves with no master, with no chains, never be not restrained. They just let they self remain on their knees enslaved. Still singing like them Negro spirituals. Some things never change. We gon' send these slave owners running to their cage. I will never let these cowards put me in no cage. If you love your shackles, love them. I ain't throwing shade, but I'ma keep my ancestors rolling in their grave. They say they don't wanna leave. They don't wanna go. Some people like to be property. Some people wanna be owned. Where's your purpose? Like why you ain't free? Living like you nervous. Come and roll with me. Let's be us some service slaves. They ruled over like some clowns. I guess we at the circus. Slaves. I don't belong to nothing. I belong to me. Ain't no throne, no chain, no book gonna decide what I believe. Won't kneel for a crown. I was born to be released. Power in my own hands. That's the meaning of being free. You can keep your rules. I won't live inside your scheme. I'm a mind you can't contain. I'm a fire that's unleashed. If they want a master, let them have that fantasy. I was made to stand up, not to live on my knees.
How's the audio quality on Restream? Because oftentimes I feel like I take a hit when it comes to music on audio quality with the Restream. What's the consensus? Sounds good. All right. Yeah, I'm just kind of that way with a lot of stuff where if it doesn't sound crisp and pure and it's got that Restreamy sort of dirty kind of feel to it, I'm not into that. Really, it changes the whole. I don't care what it is, not just because my shit's so whatever. Like it changes the whole energy behind it. All right, let's go. Go Pop Smoke featuring Paul and Slate. Paul Smoke, Not Locking Down.
Paulie, is that you?
Don't give a damn about the enemy. We know God and truth is the remedy. I get locked up like it's nothing. I guess it's just part of my pedigree. She know I'm down. She wanna be part of the legacy. That's cool. But she don't know she ain't ready, see. With a pretty little face and her coochie like a lake. I got the dog in me. What? But her she vaccinate. I really told her to chill. Real one, that's nothing new. I keep it real till we're through. Probably ain't buying no shoes. Anyone that's down when the ride is smooth, when the road gets rough, will you hold it down? They say heavy is the head of the man who's wearing the crown. The lifestyle we live in is so hostile, divided on all sides against all sides. Looks like we've been taken down. I'll keep it real, F the politics. Seems we need the great reset to reset all of this. For now we're still gonna stand our ground, not taking no shots, and I'm definitely not locking down. While the slaves keep buying the lies, acting foolish and proud, but everything happens for a reason. Stacking and reinvesting, getting ready for guerrilla season. Don't give a damn about the enemy. We know God and truth is the remedy. I get locked up like it's nothing. I guess that's just part of my pedigree. She know I'm down. She wanna be part of the legacy. That's cool, but she don't know she ain't ready, see. With a pretty little face and her coochie like a lake. I got the dog in me. What? But I heard she vaccinate. I really told her to chill. Real one, that's nothing new. I keep it real till we're through. Probably ain't buying no shoes. Gorilla, unslaved. That boy wild and he jumping off the chain. You never seen him ever dropping names. Arrested 6 times with 5 between. Can't stop his heat or put him on freeze. Faster for a month, even gave up weed. Don't check the score, we up in the league. I called the Uber and told slaves to leave. Reefer pot got me spacey. And give praise to the God cause he made me. Riding slow, don't give a fuck, you wanna race me. You a hater if your ass don't play me. I'ma be bigger than Hov and Jay-Z. Picked up my phone, knowing it's tapped. Giving game to the feds. You chase me.
Take your seat, I know high enough. Take your seat. Don't.
Dolly, is that you?
All right, we even got the vaccination line in there, you know. I don't care. I love that line. It's not the most family oriented broadcast material, but we're keeping it real at least. You know, that's been a thing. If you're dating, there's PC and there's AC. Pre-COVID slave shot and after COVID slave shot dating. It's going to go down in history as a timeline, right? Because now that's the first question. You match with me on Facebook dating, which mostly it's obese, black transsexuals. I'm just going to call it as I see it. That's who matches with me. And that might be who I'm meant to be with ultimately, right? It makes sense. When on paper, it makes sense. If you look at it, like this music is kind of proof of it. We could eat as much as we want together. We can listen to the Pop Smoke remixes, amalgamations of me and Pop Smoke together. You know, she can probably take a punch if I get a little bit antsy. All right, I probably shouldn't even joke about that because I've never put my hands on a woman. And if I put that out there, even joking, they'll start to create that narrative. Paul's out here beating up on females, we'll say. All right, we got They Say. A few more.
They say they out here. They say they out here doing something, where they at? They say they out here moving something, where's the pack? I'ma tell the truth without no filter. The only reason we know them the white gorilla. In the zoo, I'm the one who's free. No enclosure can hold me, 12 monkeys, but they don't got the keys to the street. They just doing what they told to do. All I see is cage apes, got me uncomfortable. So I'm out here making a way. King Kong in the whip, I run through they city. They home with the drip, we never see these pussies. Warriors, come out and play. I've been getting bored, smashing on these slaves. They say they out here doing something, where they at? They say they out here moving something, where's the pack? I'ma tell the truth without no filter. The only reason we know them the white gorilla. They say they out here doing something, where they at? They say they out here moving something, where's the pack? I'ma tell the truth without no filter. The only reason we know them the white gorilla. In the jungle I run, from the bottom I'm up. No one believed that I'd be free. They thought they could chain me. Now I sit in the sun with bananas to munch. You must be crazy, thinking you gon' slave me. On my 8 gang, stay hanging from the trees. We got each other even if we got no lead. Ain't going back to the cage, it's easy to see. But haters keep asking, why is he free? They say they out here doing something, where they at? They say they out here moving something, where's the back?
All right, not bad. Not bad. Shout out to Slave State as well for the "Why is he free" catchphrase, which will be appearing, I suspect, in many of these pieces, right? We couldn't have that without him. So, all right. We got next? 2 more? Yeah. So, Ain't Gonna Kill Today is the next one. Fallen Slave Keep featuring King Von. I don't remember if I'm barely in this one or if I'm mixed in or whatever, but we'll find out.
Hey, boy! Polly boy! I ain't gon' kill today, or pop a pill today. Put on for the city, I'ma really make them feel today. We in the field today, not doing drills today. Not locking down for nothing, even though we sounded ill today. Where I'm from, everybody got a pole. Where I'm from, everybody ain't told. When the J's get to asking questions, everybody face get low. You ain't a slave, everybody gonna know. They ain't a threat, this is how the shit go. Catch another case, then watch it get thrown. No face, no case, I skate. Then I'm gonna drop the low. I'm smoking on chili pepper, smelling just like Masio. Why would I play with one of these slaves when I can KO all of these? Run up broad day on one of these slaves, I must be tripping, need me a smoke. But really, who want the clout? They ain't with the game. We know they goofy, they get jammed out. Fuck is you about? These haters chasing clout, locked up, bing to do my thing. Get dismissed, I'm out. Why the haters still running their mouth? And they feel as they letting it out. They say they want the content still. Everybody get aired out. Content. These hoes can't get past it. But the way things have been going, now they gonna need some caskets. I ain't gonna kill today. I'll pop a pill today. Put on for the city, I'ma really make them feel today. We in the field today, not doing drills today. Not locking down for nothing, even though it sounded ill today.
I don't know what that was about. I think that was me mixed in on a piece of the chorus, and then the robot moved it into King Von, and obviously my voice is a bit altered in all these, at least a little bit, if not significantly. That was very weird on my side. My counter just got taken down to 0 and then slowly back up to like 30 or 40. So, you guys are really, I don't know if someone's watching or listening, you guys are really like hilarious with the fucking YouTube bullshit, I mean, it's hilarious because like you guys reveal yourselves in so many ways of what you're doing. And then it just becomes, I have to take my time, energy, attention, and money and go sue you and spend time at court. It's just, beyond absurd and ridiculous. All right, we got 2 more, I think. One more, I think, unless we do the panel hopper. All right, ask the ops. Someone asked, are these my lyrics? Yes. And they're essentially remixes. So I may reference a song and have a similar beat, and then I may go along with a similar line of commentary, right? But I've either borrowed from the concept. The point is, yes, they're my lyrics, right? Obviously, King Von and Dirk aren't sitting around talking about slaves and, so there is some crossover there. Like if in one song they give a line, that may be half of my line and then reworked in a way, right? And then added on to the second line, if that makes sense. So yeah, we got Ask the Ops is what it's titled on here, but it's probably should be Ask Around, I guess. And then there's a parentheses, I think. Brick by Brick, right. This is my nod to Brian O'Shea, which if anyone get a hold of Brian O'Shea, I can't get a hold of him. I don't know where he's at lately. Hopefully, God willing, he's alive and kicking, right, doing his thing. But yeah, this was a nod to Brian O'Shea because Brian O'Shea also did a Brick by Brick song.
Busy. As the ops, they tell you Paul and Slay be on the clock like tick, 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 tick. Ask the crowd about the ops. Dang, with the shit. Ask the block about the work. We on that flip. They said I couldn't, but who cares? I did.
Now I'm putting on for the city.
Still my ribs, I move grit. Same ones that laugh wanna see it in the picture.
Kept it on moving, no pause, no switch up.
Hands on the grind, I was here in the rain. Now they see me arrive and they feel that pain.
From the door to the plate, from the lock to the key.
But they got it back there, look alive when they see it. Ask the ops, they know the name. Ask the ops. I don't play that game.
Bring my brick.
I bid this flame.
Bring my brick.
Now they say my name.
Tell them check the steps, every scar got proof. Every move I made had a ruthless truth. What they couldn't break made my backbone click. One more time for the town, watch it stack up quick.
Ask the ops, they tell you Paul and Slay be on the clock like tick, 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 tick. Ask the crowd about the ops. Game with the shit. Ask the block about the work. We on that flip. They said I couldn't, but who cares? I did.
That was a heavy outro right there. The drum line. Numbers are falling. Well, yeah, because people wouldn't be into the rap for the most part anyway. I'm just kind of doing that because I've been enjoying it. I got onto it and I've been having fun with it, and kind of inspired me in a way. So and I'm sharing that with the folks here. But yeah, and also because we're blackballed, we're blacklisted, we're shadow banned. How it goes. See, they're about to do hantavirus lockdown slavery if you let them. If it really takes off again, if this next remix takes off, becomes a hit, then yeah, that's where we're at. So they got to get out ahead of it. folks who are, if you got any kind of traction or audience, it's not gonna go well. Potentially, some might say, next few years. But our way around that, well, we don't have a way around that completely, but the way to fuck with them, and the way that it's done anyway by most people in this game, if you want to call it that, is, we'll just put a 1,000 or two on a billboard somewhere, and we'll do direct engagement. We'll bring in a whole new group of folks to do engagement organically, the way folks have from the beginning of time. But that's essentially the post, the paper posted on a tree, right? It's the modern day version. So yeah, they don't want to give notifications to people subscribed, and they don't want to have me in the browse features and shorts list or whatever. Then we'll just we'll go over their head. I'll do a 28-day billboard between here and Vegas, and if nothing else, it'll be interesting thing to look at, have the experience, and take a picture of. I've been wanting to do that for a while. I just haven't gotten around to it, I guess. But at some point we'll do that, and then have some fun with it too. I have to consider what I'm going to do. My face, just because I'm going to be annoying, and then something like enjoy your slavery or have a good day at work, slave, and then the link. Something very simple, provocative, and also trolly, so that I can get my rocks off and say, I once had a billboard between here and Vegas that had my face on it that said, have a good day at work, slave. And thousands of people had to look at that throughout their day on their way to get vaccine shots, to vote for masters, the whole kit and caboodle, right? That's really what it's all about at the end of the day, isn't it? Anyway, gotta have some fun while you're here. That's a good investment, right? Probably I would think that would bring in some subscribers and traction, right? That's advertising. You can't argue. It's always a good investment. My father did that. He was a professional bullshitter for a living at one point, so it might have rubbed off on me to an extent. I try to avoid it, but my father would tell you when he worked for Yellow Book that advertising is an investment that will always pay for itself, right? Think about it. If you have something you're presenting, some kind of service, product, understanding, you're investing back in yourself, and advertising, you're getting more eyes on it. There's untold amounts of potential for value in various ways that could come through, right? And repay you back in different forms. So why not? And if you can advertise and also mock, humiliate, and give the slaves what they need and want, in a way, have some fun with it, then it's like a win-win-win-win. Check out the song Mikey Mike Doing Me. You just reminded me of that billboard idea. I might not. Please don't be mad at me if I don't. If you're mad at me, please don't bother me with how mad you are. Okay, I guess you know what? We'll do panel hopper here, because I'm sure there's a lot of folks here who are familiar with the panel characters. Because I think it's another genius remix hit by me. Out of all media. Humble and modest broadcast host. Let's see here. I don't have it uploaded anywhere yet, so I'm going to have to take it from Messenger. I don't know what's going on here. Something, I'm not logged in now. Whole thing, because you can't log in anywhere or do anything anymore without getting 14 questions. Safety. I think we're in. Wasn't as bad as I thought it would be, or how it usually is. Right. Panel Hopper, Window Shopper Remix. Why not? We're kicking back today. See, now it got deleted, it looks like. How do I do this then? You know what? I could do it like this. Give me 1 second, people. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to upload this. All right, let's go to this in the meantime, just to avoid the prolonged silence. Yes, we finished Alex Jones for the most part. Right to travel, maybe?
Citizens full of shit, part 3. As a disclaimer, you can't be sovereign and a citizen. It's an oxymoron. It's a made up term, etc., etc. Now, in this video, I want to address this comment that this guy left me. He said, convenient you leave out the part that not a federally protected right, therefore the states control the laws over the right of movement. And for context, here's what he's talking about. So in my previous video, I went over a Supreme Court case in Virginia that said this about the right to travel. The right of the citizen to travel upon the public highways and to transport his property thereon in an ordinary course of life and business is a common right which he has under his right to enjoy life and liberty and to acquire and possess property and to pursue happiness and safety. Here's the part they conveniently like to skip out. It includes the right in doing so to the ordinary and usual conveyance of the day, and under the existing modes of travel includes the right to drive a horse-drawn carriage or wagon thereon, or to operate an automobile thereon for the usual and ordinary purposes of life and business. But this is the part that they say I conveniently skip, right here. The exercise of such a common right, the city may, under its police power, regulate in the interest of the public safety and welfare. And you can read the rest. They like to bring up this point to prove that there is no such thing as the right to travel in a car or automobile, and that the state can regulate this right entirely. But what they never explain, and many of them don't know themselves, is police powers. So allow me to break this down fully. So in this video, we're going to go to Corpus Juris Secundum, volume 53, dealing with lewdness to lien, and volume 60, motions and orders to motor vehicles. Now, before I get into these books, we're going to get into American jurisprudence on the licenses and permits, which you can go find this in your law library. We're going to first talk about the definition and nature of a license. A license is in the nature of a privilege or special privilege, entitling the licensee to do something that he or she would not be entitled to do without the license. Licenses confer no property rights, but are permits issued pursuant to a state's police power. Now, I want you to think about this real quick. Book reference. If God created man and man created government, how can government give man anything of substance or value that man doesn't already innately have if man is the one who gave power to government? So that's literally like your child giving you a privilege or benefit of anything. You would then have to take your superior status and go to the level of a child or below a child in order to receive any privilege or benefit from your own child, which you created. Keep that same concept in mind when it comes to licenses. License as privilege. A license conveys to the licensee a personal privilege, sometimes referred to as a special privilege. A license does not confer a vested, permanent, or absolute right. Now let's go on to license fees as taxes. When used in its broad sense, the word taxes may include a license fee. Such fees may be imposed upon an occupation, business, or calling, or the exercise of a privilege. An excise tax, to the extent that it is within a legislature's authority to enact, is a tax imposed upon engaging in an occupation. And occupations are simply businesses. Since governments can only grant benefits and privileges, check this out. Maxims of law. Under the category of benefits and privileges, a benefit is not conferred on one who is unwilling to receive it. That is to say, no one can be compelled to accept a benefit against his consent. It is a rule of the ancient law that all persons have liberty to renounce those privileges which have been conferred for their benefit. Privilege is, as it were, a private law. Even with licensing statutes, you don't have to accept those statutes if you don't want to, unless you are engaging in business. And here's why. Because the public indeed has rights, but it's under specific powers. And for Congress, it's Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3, which is the Commerce Clause. And for the states, it's the police powers. Power to require a license. License charges may be imposed for regulation or for revenue, keep that in mind, or for both. A state may not impose a charge for the enjoyment of a right granted by the United States Constitution. And this number 2 tells us to go to the footnotes, and that is from the case Murdoch versus Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And going back to this case, we read, the right of the citizen to travel upon the public highways and to transport his property thereon in the ordinary course of life and business is a common right which he has under his right to enjoy life and liberty, to acquire and possess property, and to pursue happiness and safety. All of those are what's called unalienable rights. But again, you have to respect the public because the public has what's called public rights. Power of Congress, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3. That's the Commerce Clause. Where Congress possesses the constitutional power to regulate trade or intercourse, it may regulate by means of licenses. And we know licenses are what? Privileges. And so do you have to accept the privilege if you already have the inalienable right to do something? No, you don't. Thus, Congress having the power to regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states and with the Indian tribes may provide for granting coasting licenses, licenses to pilot, licenses to trade with Indian tribes, and other licenses necessary or proper for the exercise of that great and extensive power, and the observation is applicable to every other power of Congress, to the exercise of which granting of licenses may be incident. All such licenses may confer authority and give rights to the licensee, which is privileges. Police power, and this is the crux of this whole video because a lot of people don't know what police powers truly are. A state's police power with regard to protection of the health, morals, and welfare of the public includes, by implication, the right to regulate by requiring a license as a prerequisite to carry on certain activities commonly designated as businesses, occupations, professions, vocations, trades, or calling. All of those are synonyms for commerce. This is what licenses are for, and this is what the state can regulate, commerce, under its police powers. States have a compelling interest in the regulation of the practice of professions within their boundaries, and this regulatory power is generally limited to activities carried on within the state and is restricted to those activities and occupations to which the state affords some measures of protection and support. Now let's get into this book reference. Under the subject matter of licenses. License defined. In general, the term license means a right or permission granted by some competent authority to carry on a business or do an act which, without such license, would be illegal. And we know it's not illegal to travel without a license. In other words, it is a formal or official permit or permission to carry on some business or do some act which, without the license, would be unlawful. And the words license and permit are often used synonymously. Going back to my analogy of children, would you listen to your child or get permission from a child to do something that you already have the authority to do since you're the authority figure? It has also been defined as the granting of a special privilege to one or more persons not enjoyed by citizens generally, or at least not by a class to which the licensee belongs. Occupation and privilege defined. The word occupation, as used in connection with the licensing thereof and the imposition of taxes thereon, is identical in meaning with the word privilege and includes any business, trade, profession, pursuit, vocation, or calling. A privilege is the exercise of an occupation or business which requires a license from some proper authority designated by some general law. So for those people who don't believe in the right to travel and you have driver's license, are you getting paid to go to and from the work? By the motor vehicle department, that is. Are you getting paid to go to any store that you may frequent often? If we can see that license means something that's connected to business activity, why do you need that license if you're not doing any business activity? That's the distinguishing factor behind this whole right to travel versus driving. As I'm reading these legal sources, it gives a clear distinction between what a privilege is and what a right is. And we know licenses are synonymous with privileges or permits, nature and object of a license. So this is what a license is really for. In general, a license is a means of regulating and taxing privileges and occupations and the use and disposal of property. A license is not a contract or obligation between an authority, federal, state, or municipal granting it and the person to whom it is granted. A license is a creature of statute. So let me reiterate. God created man, man created government. Governments enact statutes. Licenses are creatures of government. So what the fuck does that have to do with man? Unless man devolves himself all the way into a person, citizen, or resident of this entity. The derivative power cannot be greater than the original from which it is derived. So again, a license is a creature of statute, and the rights of the licensee are only as the statute confers. Power to license or tax occupations and privileges. The state or government possesses the power to impose a requirement of a license or a fee or tax thereon for the privilege of pursuing a vocation or business. This power is generally included in the power to tax for revenue. So let's go back to this term revenue. So I live in Oklahoma, so I'm going to go to Title 68, Revenue and Taxation. State licenses, collection of income taxes, notification definitions. State license means a license, certificate, registration, permit, approval, or other similar document issued by a licensing entity to an individual or business, a right or privilege to engage in a profession, occupation, or business in this state. Well, clearly, driver's licenses are for commercial purposes only. You have the right to travel in an automobile or the usual conveyance of the day. Under the police powers, the state can regulate business activity and business activity only, not your inalienable rights protected by the Constitution. And if you want to learn more about your rights, go ahead and grab this book, International Allodium Rights to Travel. Do we really have the right to travel, and are these sovereign citizens full of shit? Part 3.
He almost sounds exactly like Paul Enslaved. It's almost like everything he just researched and cited legally from legal context is what I purport here as lawful understanding, day in and day out. Almost like this is a cosmic movement whose idea's time has come. Excuse me.
Disclaimer, you can't be
I want to see. I
sovereign
can't.
and a citizen. It's an oxymoron.
This format is absolute
It's a made-up
trash.
term, etc., etc. Now, in this video, I want to address this comment that this guy left.
All right, so I can't even.
He said,
how's that even possible? I can't even fast forward or rewind with the Facebook short. There it is. Land of the Free, Home of the Slave is the title of his book. You almost got it. It's Land of the Fee, Home of the Slave. Land of the Fee, Home of the Slave. Reprint that book immediately. Paul Enslaved made him do it. You never know. See, they only tell you Paul Enslaved made you do it once you're arrested and you want to get out of going to jail, right? If it's anything else, it just never comes up. I get it. I get how it works. All right, I think I'm done. Feeling rather complete in my incompletion. All right, we never did panel hopper. All right, I'll give you guys panel hopper. There's like 5 of you here who want panel hopper because you've been here for 5 years and you've dealt with a bunch of loser failure retards on these panels who ultimately have brought nothing to the table. Some might say, I won't say that. I'm just repeating what some might say or have said. And to you, if you at least get a song out of it that I remixed, which is of course going to be amazing, then you at least got something out of all the time, energy, attention you put into these people, right? So it's the least I could do. And then I think we're out of here, yeah. Oh, I'm checking over my list here. I like that one. We're going to play that one on the next broadcast again. You can't loop and repeat enough. They're going to loop and repeat on Fox Noise and everywhere else. We got to do the same thing here with the truth and the facts. We got to a decent amount today, I would say. We also have Supreme Court rulings next time on why government can lie to you. They're now ruling that this is why, again, I don't cite Supreme Court. I will correlate at times where some guy determined that he believes in a costume the same thing I do, but ultimately, what does it amount to, right? They'll just as easily turn around and say government/corporation has a right to lie to everybody while they're enforcing fraudulent contracts and doing business. I mean, it's absolutely absurd. So what? Because a Supreme Court, some guy at what they call Supreme Court in a costume dress decided it means it's real and true. Like, that's not my world again. So like when you get it right and you make sense, you can make sense of what you're saying, I will correlate what I'm saying with what you're saying because it makes sense. If you can't do that, like I said, I'm not citing these people and their literature either way, because we think there's power in that. That's the quickest way to disempowerment, is citing someone else's words or understanding. Like, if you want to correlate what's in your heart with what I'm saying, you can say, I heard Paul Unslaved say this, and that correlates with what's been in my heart since like day one. I may not have even been able to speak it the way that he did, but when he spoke it, it was like, that's me. I am that am, right? So I'm not the citation of the source for that. I'm a correlation of our resource being heart-based intelligence and whatever information, understanding, or future God has put there. And that's what I contend is the truest source, right? That's where we retain our power. When we reference what we've heard from someone else based on what's at the core of our beingness. So, all right, give me 1 second here. Right, yeah, we'll do that next time. The whole they're legally allowed to lie to everybody deal. Godheart Guardian asks, Paul, do you think, I don't have to think, building real community is only possible through real world connection, or do you think meta connections can lead to genuine community? I don't have to think because I've already experienced that. So the experience is there, which means it's beyond hypothetical, right? I know that doing this and interacting with others the way that I do can inspire us to do more in life on the ground, right? Together or separately. So that is communing, that is community, you know? I met a whole bunch of people and had a whole bunch of interactions and opportunities because of what I do, the way that I do it, and how it relates to others, you know, the synchronicity. So, yeah. If you're authentically you and what you're saying is rooted in who and what you are and it's what you live for or what lives through you, then yeah, of course. If you get on here like so many others and pretend to be something you're not to get more numbers and whatever else, then most likely no, you're never going to find true connection. You're not, because you're closing the door to that, right? That's another reason why, you know, at times I'll go off on people on here because I go, it's so silly. You're closing all the doors off for you to actually meet who or what's meant for you because you're not being who and what you're meant to be. You know, you're performing essentially. So, and you can do both. You can be who and what you are and speak what's at the core of your being and also put on a bit of a performance. But, well, when you deny the truest, authentic aspects of self in favor of what you believe that it is or what you're told it is or what someone else says it is, you know, or wrote it down and gave it to you, then you close the door for authentic connection with aspects of self and aspects of other beings and their reflections of that self, right? If that makes sense, if I language that out properly. So first things first, right? Again, first you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the respect. No, first you get the respect, which means take a second look at yourself, change who and what you are, and live for something that is redeemable. Then you get empowered, right? Then you empower others through that respect. Then you get the value, right? And one of the values is, you could say, money, right? If we're doing, you know, the whole Scarface branding idea, there's some truth to that. But another value is having people brought into your life who can see what you see and feel what you feel, in a sense, right? And know that same experience. That is what a relationship is. The root word is relate. So we don't even have relationships for the large part. How do I know? Because I talk to people all the time with what I do. They say, well, I do this and I'm this and this, this and this, and my significant other is completely off and doing this, and there's so much friction or whatever. And I go, because you're not in a relationship. And then my head starts to spin like this, and then they kind of get thrown off. And then they go, I just gave you something, or like told you nice things about you. How dare you be mean to me? And I'm like, I'm just talking truth and common sense and what makes sense to me. We need to stop inventing our own realities here. Or maybe not. Keep doing that because it gives us a lot of entertainment. There's no shortage of material. So keep doing that. But I'm just saying, the root word is relate in relationships. So how can we have actual relationships if we can't relate? And what kind of relationships are we going to have if what we're relating to is being a bunch of slaves? There it is again. Then they'll tell me about how that's community. That's family and community and society, right? Bonded in slavery. That's why most oftentimes community and relationships are so challenging for me, because I can't relate to these people. Never have been able to, probably never will be able to. I can't relate to going to the ball game, paying $1,000 so I can sit up front and look at someone's package and watch a bunch of men wrestle each other and run around and chase balls. It's so ironic. It's so homoerotic too, and sort of mockery, slavey, kind of like trolly in a way. We're gonna go pay a bunch of money to watch a bunch of other men chase balls around the field while neglecting our own balls and not being in the field of life. In the animating contest of liberty, as the founders would call it, right? Can't relate. I'm gonna talk some shit. I'm gonna ask a question. They don't want me around, right? And I could go on and on and on. These just growing up and in life, these various experiences where I can't relate to. We're gonna go take a weekend off and make a whole event out of eating poisonous food and then going to watch someone else's story on the big screen. Hey, honey, let's take off from work this weekend, working extra overtime to pay for the Epstein Islanders to put an extension on their ballroom over there. And we're going to sit down together and munch toxins and watch somebody else's hero journey while completely neglecting our own. Can't relate to it. Wouldn't want to relate to it. Don't understand why this race does it. The only thing I can sort of seem to understand or presume is it's one big cope session. Let's go watch what it would have looked like and been like if we were actually fully human. We know we're not, but we can at least watch it and pretend and sort of resonate and identify with it. And then it's back to our hamster wheel slave life, right? So then I'm like, how about we just become the heroes in the movie? Because we're living a movie right now that we're all actually creating in a light-based holographic reflective simulation, similar to a projection of a film. Literally, that's what our eyes are doing, is when you look at the system's dynamics, they're essentially biological movie projectors. So I can't relate. Can't relate to giving up who and what I am at my core, my personality, right? Like what makes me me. Not that I'm necessarily special or unique. It's all been done, said, experienced before. Giving that up in order to pretend to be something else so I can profiteer and then go, look at all the things I got at the expense of who I am. Could never relate. Still can't. Don't know if I want to. I could just go on and on and on, right? So it's like, the scary part about life is you may have to do a lot of it alone or with yourself and God, right? Because the majority of folks are not for you if you're like me and you can't relate, right? And part of a relationship, as a matter of fact, the whole thing is relating. And I don't think you can or should want to relate to some of these things that just become everyday practice for us in this world and in this life. It's almost like in order to be in a good, rewarding, valuable, powerful relationship, you got to not do those things that most people do in their supposed relationships in life. We're in inversion land again. Correct. We're in the early stages of the Matrix, for real. Right. That's really the only thing that you know, the only thing that seemingly makes all these things worth doing is if we're reflecting that and being that and doing that in our life. If not, we're just coping by consuming the experience, but not having the experience or being the experience. That's not living. That's not life. That's a dead man walking. That's why the Christed being said, let the dead bury the dead. So you're not supposed to have a relationship with dead people, right? You're not supposed to relate to that. So you go it alone rather than with a fool or a dead person for company until you meet an authentic, organic reflection of truest self that you can relate to, that can relate to you beyond just the worldly day-to-day lifestyles and practices, right? We're talking the core of our beingness. How did I get off on that? I don't know, but it was a good reminder for me. It must have been a good reminder for you folks. Maybe I was coping. Right, window shopper, panel hopper, and then I think we're out of here.
Bottom of YouTube feels so much better than an asylum.
So much better.
So much better. Use a panel hopper. Mad at me? I think I know why. Use a panel hopper. Trying to figure out how you gon' lie. Use a panel hopper. No viewership. Coming to see if you lie. Hey, yeah. Summertime, Steven's panel skin is milky. Check the wannabe life coach's hoodie is filthy. Another 2 years, maybe Snaps might get his clutch bread. Hopefully he gets it before he ends up dead. A lot of slaves really need to get their weight up, but not Cynthia, she just sucked the whole plate up. It ain't my fault, you guys fucked up your channels. It's not your fault either, you just got boring panels. Maybe you should hit up Daddy and work on your pimp game, or hit up Slow State for some lion and griff game. Maybe you can go hit up Cage Man. Flip some of his $10 regs bags. You folks don't have many options, it seems, man. You know that viral is the shit that I come from, but I don't go nowhere no more because slaves dumb. I feel kinda sad that your paper don't stack right. You should call Brown's boy so you panel act right. Got your numbers down, we can feel the channel sucks. These slaves are droning. Shut your spot down, you might get your channel struck. Just for being so boring. Panel hopper. Mad at me? I think I know why. Use a panel hopper. Your channel sucks. Nobody cares if you slaves hate me on panel whenever I pop up. They start throwing fists like kids trying to act up. When it comes to stalker haters, you know I got them. From over New York all the way down to Compton. You know Tommy wants to see how his daddy freaks off. Hacking through his camera just to sit, watch him beat off. I start spitting game at these hoes like a pimp main. Then Laundry shows up, jealous all in a twist mane. All spiked out from his COVID shot sex game. Shut your heart down. You can feel the blood clots thump when the blood is flowing. You got Spike now. Fucking with these goofy hoes. Was it worth it? Worth it? Worth it? Worth it!
Oh!
Yeah. Bottom of YouTube.
We're on repeat.
So much better than an asylum.
All right, there it is. The panel hopper, window shopper remix. Another instant hit classic. There's no denying it. Let's see. Yeah, I think we're out of here. I'm going to call it another successful broadcast, even though we're blackballed, shadow banned, 86th, all the rest of it. Like, share, subscribe, restream, get it out there. Don't let these wannabe slave owners stop us from making moves out here, putting the truth out, right? Asking questions. Forget even about the truth. It's all my opinion. It's all entertainment. It's all perspective. It's all my opinion. Asking some tough questions to the island going class and others, right? Maybe even asserting ourselves on the ground when it comes to rights, freedom, principles. Spiritual faith. Right, Gorilla Jim's on the way out. What do we got for you guys? Gotta give you something. I don't just end it. You know, we need an intro and outro. There's a whole thing here, right? We're official here. All unrestrainable. I don't remember any of these and what's in them. It's all basically the same thing over and over again. The slightly different form. All right, Paul Unfuckwittable, starring Tanawa Downing, another, what some might say, false actor messenger, trying to get everybody to sign on to him being the only one to go to Congress and yap about a bunch of shit and paperwork instead of live the truth on the ground, one person at a time, either together or separately, right? And I'm never going to sign on to that. And he can call himself a military hero and all these people. They say that I'm an arrogant, egotistical fuck because I'm come on here and do a bit and on bit and call myself God of all media in a trailer. These people are actually sitting places in suits and regalia and going, I'm a war hero and I'm going to save all you guys from what you keep creating. Just like my fucking profile and share my garbage and give me money and support me to go write up paperwork at Congress. It's never going to happen. It's not supposed to happen. I won't even sign on for it. If it does happen, you can call me a hater. It's not meant to be. You guys are not meant to get rights, freedom, and the ability to choose, right? Certain powers and abilities if you're not going to embody that and live that. You don't get that if you don't live that. You get what you give in life, right? Now, to not want to get to give means that you're entitled. You're selfish. You're delusional. You're in denial, right? And good things usually don't come to people who live like that consistently, right? And if they do, they squander them. Okay? So let's get real with ourselves and each other. Once again, stop supporting these performers and presenters and actors. The best leader is the person who reminds you that it can't be done unless we all do it, and that means you as well. I can't save you from what you and others are creating and being, right? I wouldn't want to if I could. That tricks you out of your position and authentic experience, and that's not what this life is about. Bye. I'm somebody who I've not complied. I've not cooperated. I've been arrested over and over again, right? I've had to go to court without an attorney, with no credentials, and stand on what I believe to be the word of God and the truth. And I've gotten results. Tends to be when I meet people who talk about this what I consider to be false ideology of patriotism they've been uploaded with. Usually these are the same folks who tell me we're very courageous, we want to save the children, we're going to be idols and heroes, but they're not willing to sacrifice and go to jail and be activists and potentially have to sacrifice and give everything up to be given everything back. You all live in a matrix reality world where law comes from a contract, social contract. As far as I perceive it, God makes law, and the contract is a trust in God. That's why it's in God we trust. Law is not the same as statute, policy, and code, and law doesn't come about because we made some social pact and agreement. See, this is precisely my point. This clarifies the fundamental difference between us. And these folks are within an illusion, within an illusion, within an illusion, and can't recognize the illusion of self and creation for what it is, because it seems too far out and too crazy to them to be real.
We need to give up certain rights for the greater good of the whole, because that's what a communal society does. That's what the Constitution is. We give up certain rights in order to be able to live peacefully amongst a communal society.
So he can't even fundamentally determine what a right is, just in the sense of right action, right? If there's rights, then there's wrongs. So in his world, not having a connection to God / conscience locally, that's a good term for the clinical folks, conscience. Him and others being conscienceless beings have to always refer to paperwork and don't know the difference objectively between right and wrong. And that's why they can't figure out what God is or have the experience of God or be trusting with equity and faith, right? They don't know common sense. They don't know the common law, because they think law comes from us all sitting around together and making agreements that we had a right yesterday to kill and rape, but today we're going to give up that right. Because in this new society, raping and killing is not wrong. It's either right or it's wrong. It's either true or it's false. Us laying eyes on it doesn't necessarily, or agreeing to it, change what is. And this is the fundamental difference between us. I work with what is, even if it can't be shown, right? And I talk to cause and effect, and I reverse engineer that. And this is why I can't debate with or get through to these folks who can't consider this idea of a godly experience or a universal order.
You must give up certain rights, your right to kill, or your right to assault, or your right to steal, or your assault, or your right to rape.
He did even more. See, they say I lie and I bullshit here. I only said 2. He gave 5 examples of wrong behaviors he thinks we naturally have a right to do.
Daddy's home. Daddy's here. It's okay.